Hello, everyone. Welcome to Louisiana. So this is a one-year challenge. Obviously, if you're new to the rules, we have 1 year to make as much money as we possibly can. So, of course, we're starting in August and we'll end in, July, August of next year. Full 12 months. All right, so we start with not a ton for fields. But this is all just one big, large plot. We start with corn. That is what we start with. I think I'm going to try to do a production with that, and we can potentially make a little bit more money off of it. I will say next month we'll have some decisions to make because we have cotton that is almost ready, as well as a huge canola field. 1.3 million. Holy. I don't. I'm going to have to take out some pretty sizable loans. I see that happening. I'm sure maybe we'll try to do some contracts potentially to make a little bit more money. It's just a thought. I just thought of that actually. But yeah, we're a little bit obviously. We gotta be pretty mindful of what we spend our money on. I will say we start with fairly small equipment for the size of land that we have. And I will say, so this is obviously the harvester. I can't find a corn header, so we're gonna need to buy one or rent one. Plus, I think we're gonna be selling a couple pieces of equipment, mainly just things I won't be using. I'll probably be like leasing my own planters, my guess. And probably a direct drill planter. Even that, so I won't need like the plow and stuff. I can sell that stuff, make that money, and then we can use it for other things. Do I need the truck? I'll keep it just in case. I'll keep that just in case, too. Fairly sizable green trailer there, so we can... I'll just sell them right from the menu. That way, we're not making like a boatload of extra money by bringing it anywhere. Seeds, or the seeder. I don't think this is a direct drill, so if it was, I'd keep it. I'll double check to just be certain on that. I don't plan on doing anything with the cows. I don't think we'll have time. I'm going to check on that planter real quick. It does not. So we'll probably be figuring something else out come next month then. This would actually be a really good deal. I'm trying to think what would be the cost of renting one compared to buying that. I think the renting would be cheaper, but obviously you wouldn't get the sell price of the equipment at the end though too. So it's kind of it's a catch-22. It really is. So yeah, we'll have to get some stuff here for AR production. I have to turn the automatic start off on those on the equipment. I'll get this out of the way. Alright, let's get the production bot, because we'll be starting that immediately, basically as fast as we can. I want to say it's 50-some thousand dollars. There's more productions in here than I thought I had. The multi-grain production. We can do corn tortillas with this. Where does it spawn again? Okay. I'll put it right here, I think. I think right now, most cost-effective thing, if I can find them, would be really cost-effective, would probably be to rent one. Whichever one is a larger capacity. Larger capacity, the better. Which is likely going to be the Colossus, I'm going to assume. Yeah. So we'll be renting this. Obviously, there's unrealistic capacities as well. I'm not going to... It was really dark. I'm not going to do that. This GPS module, I don't know what that's... Oh, that's for steering assist. I have that mod on. I thought I turned it off, but I guess not. We'll do the standard pipe. And of course, if you know me, I'm going to be switching to this blue I really like the blue color, this color blue for this. That is due. I think it looks really good, really sleek. It doesn't cost any extra. So for leasing, per day is gonna be $3 grand, per hour is $6 grand. It's gonna cost a lot. Obviously, we're not gonna get the lease. We're not gonna get the sell price, obviously, back. 13.8. Is there a larger one? But go all the way up to 18. That is pretty big. We could buy the header if we do this one. Yeah. I don't know why it's so dark in here. I don't know why it's so dark in here. Oh, I gotta get something going for harvest, though. I can't have us just sit here too long. I will buy this, though. I'll have something to sell at the end of the day, then. And I'm assuming we'll probably need the trailer. I will see when we get there, though. Certainly can't see when I'm looking at stuff in here, though. Everything is so dark. Oh. So I think for a time being that makes sense, and I will be getting probably a corn header for that, too. Now, I haven't really explored this map, so it might take a little bit to get back. Let's get this. I'm assuming it folds up. I might have been a little bit wrong, so we'll have to get that trailer then. I was hoping I could not get it, but that is not the case. I really don't know why it's so dark. We'll buy that too. Obviously, massive corn header, I know that, and we can at least get going in doing the corn harvest. The corn tortillas, far as I can tell, should make us a lot of money. I've used them in other series and stuff. They've been really good for us so far. So I figured, why not? Let's try to use them here as well. I think they sell in the winter months, so we'll actually want to try to get it. Which way are we going? Right up the road? I think I can kind of find my way home, but... yeah, so we'll probably not be planting corn again after this. Chances are, just because... unless we're going to sell it direct as is, but I don't foresee that being very profitable. That is kind of the name of the game, is what's going to make us the most amount of money in a very short period of time. And of course, I do want to mention, obviously, one rule with this series is I can take out loans, I can buy whatever land I want, I can do all that. But I have to put something back into that field. That has kind of been my rule of thumb. That way I don't just buy, any field I want, take the loan out, buy it, harvest the crop, and sell it again. So at that point, I'm just net gaining just the crop itself. I don't think that's right. So I have to put something back in. That's kind of just been my rule of thumb. So I'll have to either replant the field or do something with it. I think generally it's been replanting. And then for grass fields, if I do anything for grass, it's always been I have to fertilize it all the way. Just because obviously I can't really replant the grass field. I don't, it's meant to be a grass field. I'm not going to replant it. This is a pretty sizable farm here. I haven't spent a ton of time looking around, obviously, so it's kind of nice to kind of see what's here. I'm assuming this is a part of our farm too. I'm assuming. Hopefully I'm not in the neighbors. I don't know if they would appreciate that too much. I'm not sure. Are these double fertilized and everything? I'm doing base game, no precision farming. This is just straight base game. There is no fertilizer on this, so this is going to be really bad for yield. And actually, this field's over here is double fertilized. Basically, no other field is. This cotton field is too. That might be tempting then. And that's what, potatoes, I think? Yeah, I'm not doing that large of a field for potatoes. Then field 8 would be very tempting almost because it's double fertilized. And there is a contract to do the weeding in it. I'm not sure about 11 if there's a contract to do that. Probably not if I had to guess. But yeah, chances are we won't be putting corn back into this field. I'm thinking possibly soybeans. That should line up well enough. It's fairly short growth time. Should line up well enough where we can potentially make it into soy sauce or sell it just as is. Either one. And obviously we'll actually have it double fertilized. It'll be weeded and everything. It'll be as tip-top shape as I can make it. It won't be like this corn. Which honestly, considering there is like a decent amount of corn. Is it worth getting the other harvester or corn header maybe too then? Have it work, at least a little bit out here. That way we can get it all replanted next month as early as we can. We do start with some horses, by the way. I don't plan on doing anything with them. I don't think I'm going to sell them either. And we have a handful of chickens too. I don't think it's worth like buying the wheat for it, but how is okay? I was kind of curious how this worked for the AI worker and everything. Just curious how it looked. I will set a worker off on that. Yeah, I do want to look. There was a contract. I glanced at it and I thought, yeah, Field 8 had a weeding contract, 28 grand. That's kind of tempting. There is a spraying contract for this as well. It's going to take estimate of 3,000 liters, so it'll be $3,500 of cost and materials for it. But if we do that contract and we buy the field, it'd be a net gain, right? Just a thought. So I think I'll borrow the items for that. I'll borrow the items for this. I'll have to remember, what, 3,000 liters it said? Yeah. But we'll have to get those done, because that is kind of intriguing. I'm trying to think if we can probably handle 2 harvests at once then. I'm not sure what they're doing here. Because this will probably go through quite fast. I like to be on the safe side while I'll get these going. And I'll probably do one of the contracts myself, maybe. Or I'll do the harvesting myself. That would probably make the most sense. Obviously, this series can be a little bit hectic at times because I'm trying to manage as much as I can, because obviously we're trying to get as much done as I possibly can. And this is going to be a nice net gain for us. Will be to get this done. How do I get up there? The blue is not a road, I don't believe. I see a road here. I think if I can get into our yard via this path, I think I can get over to Field 8. I think. I think that is the way. Obviously, there'll be links to the mod map and everything in the description. But I will say this time around, my biggest thing will be to try to use production to make more money. That is going to be the goal, at least. So I think we have the potential to make more money than I've done in the past, but I think it's going to be through productions more than anything. There is a road here. Would this road take me that way? I don't want to risk it. It might. I'll risk it. So I think the productions will carry us to where we want to go. I mean, the cotton, we're going to get a lot of cotton from that field if I do buy that, which I am definitely leaning that way. We could potentially put it towards clothing or even... I wonder if there's a rope factory on here, because I don't think I have to have 2 productions for that. I only need the rope factory itself. I think that'll... You can go direct right into it from your cotton. You don't have to go to fabric and then clothing or something. You go straight from cotton to the rope. So that would be a little bit more cost efficient, I would assume. Because we wouldn't have the extra... I'm assuming I can go this way. We wouldn't have the extra cost. I see a bridge that I don't think I'm going to be able to make it across. That's a walking... Oh, well, it looks like I can go through here. That works. I'll have to look if there's a rope factory on here, then I could rent it. Otherwise, maybe... We could spend a lot of money. We can take loans out. That is not against, any rules. I mean, we're going to have to if we want to do a lot of the buying basically any field on this map. Obviously, we'll get the money back in the end, so it's not like it's hurting us in any way. I think it's a little bit farther down here. I don't know if this is the faster way around or was the longer way around. We have a lot of small little cornfields throughout here. So it might be something that we'll have to slowly kind of chip away at. And if I were to do the cotton, that would give us the time to kind of chip away at it and, plant right behind and do the soybeans, I'm guessing. It's kind of what I'm leaning towards. If this even going to allow me to weed it. Okay, it is. Okay. I have to check because there is an issue I've seen. I don't know if it's like a widespread bug or anything, where sometimes fields will be in the weeding contracts and it'll need a sprayer instead. It's something I've kind of noticed. Fairly big field, not gonna lie. Like I said, we'll have a worker do that one as well. We have a lot of different equipment. Well, this is almost going to complete the whole thing, but it looks like it's going to fill up first. It's 8% done. It's gone a decent ways through then. It actually, yeah, it's going to go the whole way. Huh. Kind of impressive. I didn't think it would go. I didn't think it would last. Oh. Yeah, I do have crop destruction on. And I suppose I can't just turn and put this right in. I'll have to drop the header. I definitely don't have enough room around here. Yeah, we can start getting this going at least. We'll have a lot of corn, it appears. It appears so, at least. Alright, let's go over here. I'll have to block this off. Because I'll want to do... I'll have to do corn flour first. Oh, I was like, what's going on here? I have mods that I shouldn't have on. It's the way to put it. I have mods I shouldn't have on. So this should be producing corn tortillas eventually once obviously it's running through here. And corn tortillas are worth a lot of money. You sold them before. They can be worth an absolute fortune. Where is it? $7,000 at max in January for 1,000 liters. And we'll be getting, let's see here, straight across. Wow, it'd be just under, it'd be like 20,000 liters of corn tortillas we'll be getting just from that first load. So you can see it is very profitable. I'm talking possibly millions of dollars just from this. You can see why I'm so, wanting to get that going. It definitely could be very, very good for us. I'm gonna put this over here. I'll probably do like that smaller one first, though. I think for today, I'm gonna try to kind of chip away at the corn as much as I can, and then we'll probably start replanting next month, just as I go. Where the heck is the attach for this? Just kind of as I go, I'll be working on replanting. That's what I'm thinking, at least. And I don't think we won't be able to do all of the corn in 1 month, regardless of if I have the second one going, even, because there's more over there. If all goes well, I could try to get all of this done over here. I would say that would be a very successful first month if I was able to do that. Get this piece over here done first. Is that a little bit up there missing, or is that just the texture? And they didn't do that a little bit up there. I'll have to get that. Alright, well, for the most part, I don't think the workers will need our help for anything. They look to be good. They look to be going good over here. This cotton is really tempting. Like I said, I'm gonna double check on the rope factory. That might be worth it. So, well, a lot of production's going. A lot of production's going. Alright, well, I'm going to turn on steering assist to make this a little bit easier. And actually, let's grab the Deutzfahr here. I see we have that. Is it auger wagon? I believe that's what it's called. I don't really use them normally. I see we have one of those too, so I'll get that set out in the field as well. The production isn't going to run out of the corn overnight, so I think we'll be fine by just putting it into these for the time being as we go. Don't know what the capacity is on any of these. Well, we'll see if I can get all of the corn harvested. It'll take a while if I can, but I will go at it for basically as long as I have trailers to fill. I think that's basically what's gonna happen. As long as I have trailers to fill, I will be filling them, which may not take that long. We'll see. Well, I think I'll just go ahead and start a time lapse for this, so I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
I remember when I saw you at the end of that night. I was looking for some trouble, you were looking alright. Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. We love how to take potions. We love conversation. And the boy, you can take it all away. myself a double and I'm thinking about us. Every time I see your face, I think of what I lost. How could all the little moments that we had be so far gone? I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. For your love, I would take potions. For your love, I would cross oceans. All the hurt and the pain, you could take it all away. For your love, I would take potions.
All right, well, we're done. Well, for the most part, done with the corn harvest. We're just about done for the month, though, unfortunately, at least time-wise, for recording. So we have basically one field of corn left. It's not going to be a full one either, because I'm obviously working in it a little bit now. But we got a good amount done. I would say we can probably get the rest of this finished, potentially by a worker even, while I'm getting the cotton harvester or harvesters set up. I think that will allow us to get fairly far into this. 98 will finish the rest of this. It will. Yeah, we got pretty far in, I would say. We can easily start into those sections over there. I think there's less, maybe? Maybe they're smaller? It's hard to say. They might just be the same size, too, to be honest. Unloading. I'll check. I'm curious. How much of this is corn? Okay, it's just these. Overall, it probably is a little bit smaller. There's a lot smaller pieces outside this one. Otherwise, they're fairly small. So, yeah. Definitely want to work in the, like I said, the cotton next month is kind of... We do have 15 that's also a cotton field. It's double fertilized. How expensive is that? I'll have to check in the rope factory, see how profitable that is. If it is, I will probably buy both. If it is, I'll have to take out a massive loan, but I will probably buy both if it's worth it. Collect this 28 grand and 17 grand for that. Quite a bit of money from contracts from fields that we'll likely be buying in the future. So I would say that's kind of ideal. We're doing pretty good there. So, well, let's check out how well this is doing. Decent amount of corn flour, no corn tortillas yet that I see. Why do I not see? Oh, it's probably it would be down here. So we do. We have 1,800 liters right now, which is almost 14 grand or something. It does show in here. Yeah, it's almost 13 grand right now. So we're making pretty good headway in the financial department right now, at least. We'll see, obviously, long term, but... So, first things first, obviously, we got to get right to work. But you might notice we have a little bit more money than last time. Oh, man, I'm thinking it's well over $1 million. Well, it's not quite $1 million. It's 900,000 more than last time. That is a huge loan that we have. It is nothing else than a huge loan. So I took out, obviously, $900,000 loan to buy 2 different cotton fields, which in total end up being just over $1 million. This would leave us with about like 100 and some thousand left. I'm hoping that's enough to buy, well, not buy, but probably rent cotton harvesters and rent a planter and likely a bigger tractor. I think that might be kind of where we're heading, at least a bigger tractor. So I think we'll just go ahead and get these bought now. So we'll buy this cotton field and then this one here. So we're down to 97 grand, which honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if there's enough money for 2 cotton harvesters, so I might end up having to take a larger loan. I was trying to take as little as I could, but sometimes you don't have much of an option. We'll probably go with these. They're smaller bales, I believe. Yeah. But the rental should be a decent amount cheaper. I don't know why this is so dark. Be 19 base versus 20, basically 25. But then per hour would be less, and per day should be quite a bit less too. Then I'll lease 2 exactly like that, so we'll have 2 now. I mean, 38, basically $38,500 in leasing costs right there. And we're easily going to be well over a day, I would imagine, especially in that field, well over a full month of working time, multiple hours, I'm guessing. So it's not going to be cheap, which is, it's unfortunate, obviously. I mean, I was hoping it'd be cheap, but I don't got much of an option. It kind of is what it is. Alright, this one, it's field 15, so I think I can drive up. I think I'll have one at field 15 and another at 11. I'm hoping that way they both kind of work a decent amount into their fields. I'm assuming at least the field 11 one will have to keep going, though. I was hoping I could get a cut across in here, but I guess not. Yeah, I did look into the rope factory a little bit. It does not appear to be super great for cotton, or even wool for that matter. So I don't think we'll be doing that. So I'll either be leasing, I think I have the lease production mod on. I'll either be leasing the fabric factory as well as the clothing factory, or I'll have to buy them and place them. Really doesn't matter either way. I mean, I'd prefer to release it because it would be quite a bit cheaper, even with like once you figure in selling it at the end, it would probably way cheaper. So you'd have quite a bit of a cut from your just it going down in value. Please tell me there's a way into this field from the road. I don't want to have to go through the water too badly. This side isn't too bad, but this side, it looks pretty deep. I'm not seeing a path. I'm assuming there should already be automatic drop and everything on. I shouldn't have to worry about that. It's a worker, so I would hope they can manage those things themselves. This is still a fairly sizable field. Well, let's get this one over here there quickly. Let's do a jump cut. We'll get it to the other one. Yeah, I would like to try to get these replanted in here. I think replanting would go a lot quicker than the harvesting of it. Might be wrong, but I think it would. Alright, there we go. A little bit closer that way. I mean, I did most of this harvest the last time. I was pretty full, so I ended up kind of just doing a cut across in there, but I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I'm just going to do a short little time lapse. We'll get this cornfield done here nice and quick. So I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done. Alright, so we're just about done here with the corn harvest. I'll get this unloaded, and then I'll get a trailer over there at the other cornfields, and I'll probably have this kind of work, well, with a worker on one of the smaller sections, where probably it'll go the whole way without having to be emptied. While I grab, well, probably rent a tractor and a planter. I'm gonna have to take a larger loan out, aren't I? Because not only that, but you also gotta figure in, this is rented, so that's gonna be our costs in there. We have 2 big cotton harvesters that are likely gonna be here at least the next month, maybe the month after, we'll see. Hopefully not too long. So we're gonna have to take a bigger loan out. It is kind of a risk. You know, I was taking a fairly large loan out to do this, but I feel like it's probably the best, well, it's probably the most financially best way to do it. At least from what I can tell. You know, if we make clothing and everything from the cotton, which obviously I'm trying to get, you know, going as early as I can, that way we can hopefully have everything done in a fairly quick manner. That way we're not sitting here last month thinking, oh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have did that type of thing. Oh, wrong button. I'm just gonna have it do this one, actually. It's probably the largest one, if I'm not gonna lie. Let's do AI worker. Linda first. They're starting to work, obviously, through the actual portion. They still have a little ways, a little bit more time they can go. Now, one already had a bale. Did this one have a bale? Yes. I'm hoping it automatically drops when when the one is done, or is it, maybe it's a bug too? I don't know. Oh no, 20,000 liters, so it's already $83,000 in cotton by itself. Not too bad. Alright, well, let's probably take out a larger loan, like I said. It appears that we're heading that way. So I'm going to take an extra 100,000. Obviously, we got to buy seeds and everything still on top of this, and fertilizer. I just took a little bit more than I meant to. We'll try that. Obviously, if I need to take more, I need to take more. It just seems like it's the best way. Because obviously we need large equipment to get things done quick. So using some of the stuff that we started with might not be the best bet because of that. Where are the planters? Every time I'm looking for something, I can't find it. Alright. I'm planning to do soybeans, so I really don't need anything special. Although this is multi-fruit's the cheapest. So why wouldn't I do that? It's the cheapest and it's direct drill. That's almost 9 grand there. And we'll need, like I said, at least 300 horse. These wouldn't be a terrible option, actually. These would do it. Turning radius would be a little bit rough, though. I know that. Like, this wouldn't be terrible. What about medium? Can we get a medium that's, like, heavily upgraded? So we probably have to go towards the bottom here. 301. I'm trying to think here. This would be basically 260. $260,000. If I look at this is, yeah, it seems like this might be a good bet. Horsepower wise, it seems to be, it's fairly heavy. Yeah, it might be the best bet. Obviously, it's rental, so it's not like it's tons and tons of money, but I will want the GPS module on it because I might be doing some of it. Well, I'll have a worker do it, so I will not need it. I am going to take that off though once I'm done recording this month, because yeah, I don't want that all the time. I think we want the US attachment. We'll lease that as well. I have it on for future like series and stuff like that. I don't have it on for anything like current. At some point we'll need to buy it, so I'll just buy a bunch. And liquid fertilizer. Suppose we'll have to do spraying these fields too. That's not going to be cheap either. A lot of costs coming up. Nothing obviously can be done for free. I mean, that's kind of common knowledge. Nothing is free. Man, I got so many things to go through. So I'm going to get this out to this field or that area. That way I can unload it easily. Yeah, nothing obviously comes free, so it's kind of expected to cost a lot of money. But it's obviously a little bit nerve-wracking in the sense of, like, we're not making a positive right now. You know, I'm trying to make as much money as possible. Like I said, that's the whole point of 1 year challenge, just make as much money as you can in 1 year. Right now, we're net negative. We're $1 million in the hole. Well, it's actually like $900,000 in the hole, but still, we're in the hole. We're not making a positive right now. It's a little bit nerve-wracking in the sense of, like, if this ended right now, I'd be screwed. Obviously, we still got, you know, what, 10 months left to make a lot of money, and like I said, the cotton I'm planning on trying to put through like a fabric facility and then go through clothing. Which more than likely I'll lease those productions, and I'll probably want to get them going fairly quick. That way it has plenty of time to kind of work their way through. Oh, I'm not. There we go. Yeah, right now we've made a lot of money from corn tortillas, $176,000. Obviously, there's still plenty of flour to be made, so... And then obviously we still have corn in here? I suppose... Oh, yeah, we still have 100,000 liters of corn. Ooh. That's updated? Yeah, it's 105,000 liters. It's gonna be tough. I don't... that's gonna be a lot to go through. And obviously, it still has another production phase. Which, I mean, right now we're taking away production cycles. We're taking away production cycles by having both on. But, you know, once the flour's done, we'll make plenty there. I also gotta figure, the corn tortillas are best, like, December, January, and we're only a couple months away from that. We're only a couple months away from hopefully selling a whole bunch of that. And there's still gonna be probably more to go through. Dang it. That's unfortunate. I just thought of that. And we won't be able to catch the high point again. We'll make enough back for the production itself, but obviously our profit margins are going to be going down once we kind of hit that point, though. That is unfortunate. I just thought of that. Dang it. Well, I mean, I can't do much about it now, and even then, obviously corn I think is best in the winter as well. We'll probably still make more money from it, even in like the summer periods, I guess. Alright, I'm just gonna have a worker start on this. They got multiple bales then. How many bales do they got over there? There's total of 30,000 liters of bales so far, $125,000. I mean, there's still a lot to go through. There's the chance of not quite making money directly just from the cotton bales, but still. I'll have to look at when is these things the best price. Okay, that is normally January. It is good in July too. So selling corn just as is, it does kind of, yeah, makes sense in a sense. And this is gonna be far lower in here. Although we could probably sell it in April. A couple of months, and we can probably sell some in February. Like, we'll try to get as much out as we can. This is a fairly similar scenario there. Fabric is best May. What about clothing, which is actually up here, is also May. So we would have plenty of time for it to work its way through the production. Okay, that was kind of one of my concerns, so... This is actually going to go through these fields very, very quick. That is still working away. Alright, it's kind of tough. Which one do I do? Because this is obviously going to have to be unloaded numerous times, but this will have to be switched. Which doesn't take nearly as long. Yeah, I'll get this over there as well. Get multiple trailers over there. And we'll basically go until the trailers are full, probably again, and I'll have to switch in between there throughout to kind of switch the planter to different fields. I'm hoping to get all of them planted today. All of those bunch over there, and then the rest of them will have to be done afterwards. Yeah. Alright, let's get that lowered. And I'll want to turn on steering assist just so I have the ability to use it. More likely by the time I'm basically done with not even this field, it should be requiring to be moved over there. Yeah, that's the goal, is to get those over there done, and then I can move it over here next month. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do all these harvests in 1 month anyways. So if it takes an extra a month to get these fields planted, it's not a big deal, because we're probably not going to be able to do all of this harvest together. Obviously, there's a potential of trying to get another harvester in the future. Especially if I do any other fields to buy. Alright, let's do that. Because really, field 8 is a tempting one. It's 700,000 though. Dang it, that is expensive. No matter what, I'm going to have to replant these fields eventually. Would it be worth then spending the money, like if I sold this one and I reharvest this one, which might be a little bit pain to get to, would it be worth then going to buy this one that already has a crop max yield? It's a couple months out. That would probably be quicker. Alright, well, I think we'll probably go ahead and start up another time lapse. We'll start working on these cornfields, which will obviously take a little while, but, I'll try to, I'll basically do it for the next, like, 25 minutes of real time, something like that. Fairly long period of time, and whatever we get done, and I'll have to obviously switch the planter to different fields as we go. Like I said, I'm hoping to get as many as I can with that over there done. So obviously, potentially, maybe it would have been better for having me to do it, but the thing is, I would have had to stop and then unload the harvester a ton, and sometimes it's going the wrong directions. It's a tough decision on which one you do and which one you have a worker do. No matter what, I would be quicker doing both. But I think that one involves less checking in on it. Yeah, I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find. We could lock horns all day, but really who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade. I can almost hear it cry, this feeling you somehow deny. Just how do you fail to heal the roaring, grinding of your gears? As you dictate the laws, your future self honors the flaws. And some of us who are awake watch as you are fixing your mistakes. And I along the stone, the subtle movements of the land. Within the limits of these chains, there's only so much to explain. One day you will find this wall, the one that's infinitely tall. And as we move the hour around, are we just dancing in the sand? It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find. We could lock horns all day, but really who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade.
Alright, so we're just about done with the final corn field here. So I'll have all of our corn harvest done at least. We obviously are not making great way on planting, at least not as much as I was hoping. So what'll likely have to happen there is I'll have to get what I can sprayed next month, and then I will be doing a lot of planting. I'll likely try to get some sort of sell point or buy point on the farm for seeds and liquid fertilizer and everything, just so we kind of have it, because there's going to be a lot. I will also have to kind of consider if we're going to be doing corn again or not, because if we aren't, then there's no reason to keep the corn header. So that is something else I'm going to have to consider. I don't really foresee there being much of a need after this, though, so maybe it is for the best if we sold it. I don't know, I could kind of go either way. Get this unloaded in here. But we do have, this is done, so that's nice. Looks like we got 3 or 4 total bales. Although I'm a little bit concerned. Unload baler. Can I do a partial bale of 100 liters? I don't think I can. I don't see it. So I'll have to leave the 100 liters in here. There's actually 4 bales, it says, so there must be another one somewhere. I see 2, 3, 4 right over there. It's actually a lot. It'd be 40,000 liters right there. So this is done. We can return this then. That'll be a little bit less money in the future. But this still has a good amount to go. And it also has 5 bales? How many bales of cotton do we have? We have 90,000 liters. It's $375,000. We should be able to make a lot of money from clothing off of that. Up to almost 200,000 for corn tortillas. Good to see. And it looks like this is on its final stretch. I don't know what it's doing. Like I said, I know I would be far quicker in doing those. But a lot of that, I don't know. Every time I tab away from the combine, it turns off. But a lot of that is just because I'm not going to take that driving all the way down, then drive back type of thing. I'm going to take as efficient as a route as I can. Obviously, a worker may not. How do I get this thing out of here? I got myself into this area, and I'm not sure how I'm going to get out. We have 119,000 liters in here, almost 120,000 liters in here. Yeah, I probably didn't say earlier. I normally record for an hour. That's why I was going to say, oh, we'll see what we can get this month. Is I try to record for right around an hour, so I have a time limit in here. Otherwise, I could go for 3 hours, 4 hours, and obviously we would succeed hugely. So it's kind of limits us by also having a time limit on how far I can go. Obviously, I'll go 10 minutes over or something like that if it's finishing a harvest or finishing planting, but I'm not going to go 25 minutes over, half hour over just to finish planting or something. You have to kind of figure that out as we go. And yeah, we'll obviously have a bunch of fields to do spraying next month in, or actually hoeing wouldn't be a bad one. That would actually be fairly cost effective too. And I'll have to do a bunch of planting. Probably be most best if I do it, be far quicker, and we can get as much done as we can. So I got the cotton harvester all going once again. At least over here, obviously the other cotton harvest is done on the other side there. Now we have some spraying or weeding to do. I'm kind of leaning towards doing weeding, to be honest. Or hoeing. I foresee it being far cheaper, and you won't get the decrease yield amount either, which is it's a pro, obviously. Where is it? Weeder. I think it's I think this is the only hoe that there is in the game, I believe. Might be some modded ones. It's kind of bright in here now. It's still a little bit dark. I've deactivated some mods, but yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think, is it worth buying it? It's 36 grand. It's not a ton of money per day. Probably be far cheaper to do it this way. Now, I also want to say, I think we'll be buying a spot here. Where is it? Would that be? Is it technically a silo? No. Container. That's what I'm thinking of. Where is it? There should be one that allows you to kind of buy whatever. Storage for everything. You can buy, obviously, anything you want from here as well. Now, where do I want to put this? Probably, honestly, right over here would be kind of out of the way. And I can easily drive around and, do whichever thing I need to do. We'll put that there. And what that's going to allow us to do is to actually buy seeds in bulk. We can buy liquid fertilizer in bulk. Should save us quite a bit of money. Now, I do want to mention, obviously, we do have some stuff at the store still. I'll grab that in between here, or maybe I'll grab it when I grab the cotton bales or something. In between the next month or something. I'll figure something out. We're going to have plenty, we'll have plenty of uses for it regardless, so let's buy a decent amount of seeds, but not a ton. We didn't use a ton last time. And this should be a slight decrease in price. We did use quite a bit of liquid fertilizer. Which obviously we're gonna have to do a second layer of fertilizer on these fields, don't we? I just thought of that. That might be a next month thing almost. There we go. I think we should be fine to still do it next month with narrow tires. Drive through here and do the second layer. At that time, I'm hoping to have all of the fields done. It's kind of the hope, at least. I did want to mention we're having a little bit of an issue with this production. It started spawning stuff even though I have the barriers up. So, what's more likely is going to happen is I'll have to see if I have a piece of equipment or something. Oh, maybe that truck or something. I'll take the barriers out and I'm just going to park it there. That way nothing spawns. I don't know what else to do there. That is the best thing I could kind of come up with. Now, of these two tractors, which one has the most horsepower? 230, 225, so it really doesn't matter. This one's fairly bit heavier, which might be better. Yeah, obviously, no harvest outside of the cotton today. Wow, there's a lot of bales out here. There's, what, 5? I think there's one on the back there, so it's like 6 total. Now, obviously, we got all of them in the other cotton field as well. So quite a few, quite a few. Let's check if there is that production I thought there is. I'm pretty sure there's, yep, spinnery as well as a tailor shop. So 2 things I need. Fairly similar cycle-wise, so that's good to see. I should be able to rent these instead of buying them. Which then we only obviously have to rent them for the period that we have them for. And more likely we would have them for such a small period of time that it would probably cost us more to buy it. You know, these are things I gotta be obviously aware of when you're over $1 million in debt. You kind of gotta be aware of ways to kind of save a couple of bucks here and there, because things are expensive, and I'm trying to save some money as much as I can. Let's get this rented. Okay, this is right by the store. $500 a day. How much is it to buy? 180,000. Oh, see, I don't have that money. So I really only have one option. So I'll activate this for the time being. Obviously, we're missing the material. Let's go to the tailor shop here as well. This is loud. Still, obviously, very expensive. And I will set this to automatically move over to. Should automatically go over there then. Alright, so everything is set up for that. Then I'll have to grab, what is the Deutz-Fahr, I believe it is. And I'll grab, I think we have a trailer on the farm there. I'll go this way, we'll grab the bales at least in that field and we can get going that way. And then throughout time we'll try to put the other ones in. We'll see how long they take to kind of work their way through. A bit of a traffic jam here, so I will just drive right past it. I was kind of wishing in FS22 there was a clothing factory that did the basically direct right into clothing. I wish we had that. I haven't seen it on ModHub yet. I might have missed it, but yeah, that would be nice to have. Obviously, I could just buy that and put it right by our farm somewhere. Right, and we do have that one trailer. Hopefully, that's big enough. or some cotton bales. If not, I will just kind of jam them in there until they kind of fit the best they can. And yeah, more likely when we're selling like the corn tortillas, we'll have to probably consider a different trailer. Whether it's renting a dolly and a semi-trailer or something. Whatever it takes, obviously, it's going to be a lot of loads, I'm guessing. I haven't checked how many currently, but I'm assuming quite a few. So, I will get this over to that field over there. I believe it's like right across the farm. And I'll get all the bales picked up, and then this is actually kind of a nice little area. I've not drove down this way. It's kind of, you know, the road's kind of down in the ground. It looks nice. Yeah, I'll get everything picked up, and we'll get everything brought to the fabric production. Alright, well, we got all of the bales, at least that I could find there. So we'll be hopefully taking them back. I'm hoping this is the road. I'm not really sure. The road leads towards this, so I'm assuming it's the right spot. We'll see. But we'll get everything into the fabric facility, and we kind of get things going that way. But yeah, 4 bales fit perfectly in what we have here. I believe it was literally right on the other side of the... oh, that's a cool, like, rock fixture there. It was right by the store. Yeah, here it is. Where do I put the bales at? Oh, I see. Well, I am really bad at backing up these type of trailers, so that means one thing and one thing only. We're putting them in like that. I'm not sure what the capacity is on the spinner either. It's at least 30,000 liters. Oh, 40,000 liters at least. 200,000, so quite a bit. And why is it just over 40,000 liters? That doesn't make sense to me. We had 40,000 liters of bales. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, and anyways, it's obviously going to start working on the fabric. Then this will start getting fabric at some point. And we'll start... I'll activate it for now, because we'll start getting it there eventually. Then obviously we'll be making a decent amount of money from that. Hopefully millions, but we'll see for certain, obviously. I'm just going to do a quick swing by. I'll grab the seeds and stuff from the store that we got last time. And at some point we'll have to start trying to get some of these other fields planted. And then one of the big soybean fields that I did a contract in a little while ago is actually looks like it's going to be ready to harvest next month. Which is a little bit unfortunate. I don't want to take more loans out. So I was really hoping to potentially get this big cotton field here replanted so I could sell it potentially, and then we could go and buy the big soybean field. But on the other hand, this big field right here would also be really nice because it's obviously right next to the farm and it's fairly large, so we could make a good ways into, you know, we could make a large crop out of it, get quite a bit. So that is also another thing we kind of gotta consider. So what's going to make the best there? So in that case, is it best to just plant this field here quick at some point, probably next month the rate we're going, and then sell it so we take less of a loan? The thing is that the other big soybean field I'm talking about, I want to say it's like $800,000. It's not cheap. It's not. And I know we don't have any products coming up to be sold really anytime soon until like January, when some corn tortillas will be sold, but that is still how many months away? You know, 2-3 months away. So it's still a long time until we're there. That part's a little bit tough. We got a lot of things that I want to get done, but obviously lack of funds is making it tough. And that's kind of the name of the game, though. It's not going to be easy. But I also feel like I'm cheating the system if I just sit here and take more and more loans out just to afford more fields. It's this field right here. We did our weeding contract in it. 737,000. So obviously it is far more expensive than these fields. And I think that's one of the larger. There is a soybean field down here. That's $1 million. $1 million. Holy. But we have a couple of soybean fields around here. Like I could go after one of those instead. But I know this one's massive, and would I be better off trying to get 11 and 15 replanted at some point? Probably it would have to be next month. And then I can pay back a bunch of my loan. So I'll probably end up taking a larger loan out to buy some of these, and then to sell them. So then I can obviously have less of a loan and just start harvesting all of these. That would make more sense financially long term. Obviously not right now because we're exactly $1 million in the hole. How much is the loan interest? Is about $3,000 a month. I'd have to more than double it because all of them are basically ready next month, I think, right? Yeah. A lot of them are not going to be good yielders. This one is. A lot of the other ones have weeds. This one has weeds, but it is double fertilized. I am definitely interested in field 8, and I think we'll kind of see how it goes after that. Because them not being fertilized does probably make me a little bit less interested in them. Because obviously that's a good amount of yield, and I want to try to make as much money as I can. Is there something that I could be better doing, spending my time doing? We'll get a decent amount from these. Also, we'll probably end up getting that one. How much of a loan do I want to take? If I got these replanted to sell it, then our loan would be staying about the same if I bought these two. Maybe a little bit more. Then obviously at some point, we'll likely get more fields I'll have to do, though. That's something else I also have to consider is eventually we'll hit a point where we're not going to have that many fields out here for us to actually just buy that'll have a crop in it that's fairly ready to harvest. Because a lot of them are ready to harvest or close to right now, or they've been harvested. So that tells me that it might be a rough little period then. Which kind of almost tells me I need to be a bit of aggressive and try to take more than I think I should. Because the thing is all of them will be ready next month, but our fields won't be ready for a couple of months. So what do I do in that period that's going to be more profitable for us than obviously taking a loan out? It's a lot of money. Then to take a loan out to try to pay to buy some of those fields. We'll have to get our own fields obviously replanted. I know that. Then we could try to sell them. We still have to take a loan. So we'd make more money obviously from taking a huge loan out eventually, long term, to then I'll put string assist on. To then long term, we'll end up making, hopefully, in theory, more money if we buy up the fields and replant it and sell. I'll obviously get my own fields done again, but that's, I mean, we're talking 5 months from now. So all of a sudden we're talking, what, April, May, you know, it's a long time out. To that point, we're only a couple months from the finish line at that point. So would we even be able to get these fields replanted even after that? So I think we'd be best off taking like a huge loan to buy up a bunch of land. So at the end of the day, the only thing that we're going to lose by taking the loan out is the interest. If we take the loan out to buy the land doesn't change in value. It'll still be, you know, $700,000 at the end of the day. We'd have to eat the loan interest, but in theory, the crop should easily be able to make that back. In theory, which I would assume it would. I'd end up selling a lot of the soybeans as is. I don't think I could do like soy sauce. I'm gonna have to think on this one. Obviously, if we go that far into debt, it's a long way to crawl out of. And it would definitely make things a little bit interesting if I can take on, I don't know, 3 million of debt basically in the end and still turn a, you know, multi-million-dollar profit. I mean, in the end, obviously, if you take 3 million of debt to buy land, I'm still going to get 3 million back, plus what's ever in. It's tough. It's tough. Yeah, well, I think I'll probably just go ahead and set up a time lapse. We'll get as much of these fields as we can planted. I think we should get them all done today. It goes fairly quick, and obviously at some point I'll have to move the hoe over to this field, but outside of that, it should be direct right to the very end. So I'll text everyone once the time lapse is done.
Watch my life pass me by, never knowing where I belong in a web of love and lies. As you string me along, and I can't breathe, I can't see, I'm losing sight of everything. I feel the walls closing in, and we're falling apart. Oh, I just wanna be free, I just wanna be free. Think I'm falling apart. Oh, I just wanna be free, free. Watch my life pass me by, never knowing where I belong in a web of love and lies. As you string me along, and I can't breathe, I can't see, I'm losing sight of
Alright, so we're just about done here with the planting, the final field, I guess. Would you call all of these separate fields, or are they the same field just separated? I don't know, how would you describe that? I've never seen this like before, like in person, where they separate them all like this. I'm assuming there's a reason. I'm assuming. Because I think, is there only this spot on the map though, or no? They kind of do it up here too. So it's not just here. You can see they kind of split up a lot of different spots. 24 is a bunch of split up pieces. Interesting. Well, we'll be keeping the tractor and the planter because obviously we'll have a lot of fields that get replanted very, very soon. So this will be a fairly long-term lease, more than likely. We'll have to hop over to the cotton harvester and we'll get that emptied. That's all done. I'll get this out of the field. That way it doesn't cause crop damage next month. Otherwise it will. And let's see, here we are. Hopefully we can unload a unfinished bale from this. Unload baler. Unload bale early. I was getting a little worried there. I wasn't seeing it pop up. But 4,000 liters is not, a small amount. A lot of bales out here. Does it show in here just what we have here? Or? Well, 94,000 liters, but I think that includes everything. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Basically like 10 bales right here. A lot. Alright, well, we can get this returned then. We can save a little bit of money that way. That returned. We won't be doing cotton for a while at least. But, yeah, obviously, I'll probably try to get a lot of those cotton bales maybe moved over just off camera. Just to get them over at the fabric. We should have enough space. Yeah, we should easily have enough space in there. That way everything is there and we're just, we're making as much clothing as we can slowly. Hopefully not too slow. And we'll be able to make quite a bit of money that way. But yeah, obviously, like I said, I will think on if I want to take a lot of loans out and try to buy a lot of these fields and then do the harvests in them and then replant, sell, or what I kind of want to do there and what's going to be the best. That is kind of the thing I kind of have to consider, at least. So, all right, well, if you can't tell, we have a little bit more money, not like a ton, but a little bit more money, and that is because we have a massive amount more of debt this month. And I do have the corn harvester or corn header over here. We'll be selling this because I don't foresee us using it again. So we'll repair, repaint. $67,500, not a ton, but it's something. And I don't really plan on repaying a lot of the loan back from that because our interest payments are like 10 grand a month at this rate. Well, when we go to sell stuff, that'll be when I actually start repaying it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let's see. I'm looking for the grain header for this. And we'll get the color. That should be everything. Do I want to buy it? I will have it for a while. How much is the lease? Do I think it'll go down that much in value? I think I'll buy it, honestly. Why not? That is in a really bad spot. I'm just gonna put this up on super strength, because this is kind of a bad spot to put the header way in the back corner. I can't even hook up to it with the combine. Alright, well, let's get this going down the road. might be a little bit tougher to turn maybe than what it was with just a corn header. Yeah, I'll have to go through the trees here. I did buy a couple of soybean fields. Not one of them that I was hoping to buy. Unfortunately, I went to this month and it was already harvested. So the one that I was really hoping to do, we won't be able to do, which is very unfortunate. I'm just gonna kind of park over here in this field. Hopefully they don't mind. I'm just very, very poor at backing these trailers up, so there ain't no way I'm gonna get in a good, spot to grab the header from without damaging too much crap. Alright, well, we'll still damage some, but alright, for the time being, I will set this off on a worker just so we can kind of get things over here. But this will allow things, obviously, to get going and moving. And obviously, we do have some fields that need to be planted this month. But field 8 that I was hoping to do, nope, it is, where is it? It's been harvested. It was very unfortunate when I went to this month. So all of a sudden I was like, well, I kind of have a limited option. So I basically bought every soybean field on the map. Because they just seemed like they're always a fairly good crop to have. And obviously I could do soy sauce with our production if we want. So I bought this one up here, field 17, 13, and then this one down here. Ended up being about 1.7 million. You want to see what our loan is now? If I can go to the right screen. That is our loan now. Not cheap. But I guess you got to spend money to make money, right? That's one way to look at it. But no, really, what it comes down to is there's a lot of fields out here that are kind of either just been planted or just been harvested. So they won't be ready for a while. That means I'd have a multiple months of kind of a down period where I'm not going to have many fields to do. And generally speaking, I mean, that's fine. In a normal series, it's like, oh, whatever. But obviously when we're time limited in this sense, well, then it's not fine. We kind of have to figure something out in that point. And, well, the main thing I could figure out was take a massive loan out and start buying up some fields. I'm hoping from these fields, and as well as our own, it should kind of extend this out towards the end with having enough fields. That's kind of the hope, at least. We'll see if it works out like that, but all right, I'm going to put this in this field. Hopefully it goes quite a ways. Alright, let's make it back to the Deutz. I will need, obviously, a trailer for the soybeans. I probably won't want the load cart then, would I? What's the capacity difference? 38,500. This is 40.5, so yeah, I'll just go with this. It'll fit better underneath that roof. Oh, good old leasing costs. I probably should just make sure I don't have more things in here. Honestly, I would consider getting rid of this, but I think I might want it for this field. But yeah, at some point I should really look through our lease stuff, kind of make sure we don't have anything that we don't need. So we need a planter. That's leased? Okay. That is leased, of course, and that is leased, of course. I didn't know this was leased. I mean, it's fairly cheap for the lease cost, so I mean, I'll keep it. I just didn't know. Nice positive, though, is I think I might have the double fertilize mod on. If But I think I have the double fertilize mod on because all of our fields are double fertilized already. So we don't have to fertilize them again. So that will save us some time, mainly. As far as I know, it still uses double the fertilizer. So we'll save a decent amount of time with that. That'll be nice. As far as I know, I can turn it off too. So if there's a field where it's like, yep, I can guarantee I will not be doing a second harvest in this, I could just put a single layer in. Just so I can sell the field. Yeah, I'll have to check once the planters went round a couple times to see if that is going on or what that is the case. It is, yep. I know I have the mod. But obviously I normally run precision farming, so this isn't really something I worry about. But it is a nice mod to have. The double fertilized mod, I think it is, or something like that. Double fertilized. Something like that, but it is a nice one to have. It cuts down your time a lot. Well, not a lot. It's a decent amount. It saves you just in obviously going back through. You're already gonna have to go back through to spray for weeds. I'm hoping to get this field here finished this month. It should. We'll likely be keeping this one and probably the other cotton field up there. Because really, I was kind of thinking about this. We should be able to harvest them again. I was hoping to sneak through here, and it does not appear I'm going to be able to. I was hoping to sneak right between the main building there, but that's not the case. Yeah, we should have time to harvest them again, as far as I can tell, at least. So there's no reason to not, at least put a field in that I would like to try to harvest. And obviously, right now they should line up, within a month or so of higher price for soybeans even. So we could get a good price off of that as well. Let's see, well, they're almost one lap around, basically one lap around at this point. I'm assuming the yield is not great. I mean, it's alright. But I know a lot of these fields have weeds in it. Some of them aren't even fertilized. This one is, but this one up here isn't. This one down here isn't, and it has weeds. This one doesn't have weeds. It's kind of unfortunate. Obviously, I wanted this field because it didn't have weeds, and it was double fertilized. It was going to be a great crop, but not everything works out how I wanted it to. So, possibility of corn tortillas next month to be sold, or January. We'll see. We have already 4,500 liters of clothing done, and a lot of cotton still to be ran through. So, it does go through a decent amount every month, though. So, yeah, it'd go through about 21,500 liters every month. So it will take a while to get here, but it won't be forever. This is a similar case, but it's keeping up with what the fabric's putting out. So this will have a lot left. Whenever we sell it, we'll sell whatever's there, but we'll still have a lot of corn to be ran through, 100,000 liters, and a ton of corn flour to be ran through, basically 55,000 liters at this point. And obviously we got 71,000 liters of corn tortillas in there. There is multiple millions of dollars in this. It's just, it should finish. But there's a lot to still go through in there. Yeah, I'll have to get this whole side piece finished and get all the hoeing finished. But yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and start a time lapse for this. So I'll text everyone once the time lapse is done.
I've this much longer, stuck here in the silence, lost in the sea of stillness. Give me something to hold on to. So break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing here without you. Will you hear me when I go? Watch me lose it all. You light the flame and let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the break me, mold me, and erase me. After all, I'm nothing here without you. Will you?
All right. So we've made a decent ways in here, but I did see the planter was, I'm guessing, out of fertilizer is what I'm guessing. And obviously the harvester is done now as well. So I'm going to put a worker on it in this field, if it'll let me. Yeah. Oh. Alright, well, I guess not. Alright. Yeah, this is done over here. I'm kind of curious. Would I be able to drive over to the other one? I think I could. It's hard to say. I'll get this emptied into the trailer, and then I'll just kind of, hopefully to set it off in the other field. What gets done, that type of thing, and we'll see, you know, how much gets done. I'm not too concerned about if it doesn't finish it or it does finish it. Got cows in the water. I saw that one there. Alright, we'll let them kind of just, like I said, they'll get what they get done. I'm not too concerned about. Yep, done with. Fertilizer, they're almost done. They're just about done, too. So, a bit unfortunate. It had to happen right at the end. They could, of course, couldn't just finish it out. Yeah, they're just, yeah, they gotta go around the edge, basically. Which chances are I'll have to do, actually. Which is really unfortunate, because this obviously isn't gonna work. We'll see if I can put it in a different field, and it'll work, maybe. How about this field? Alright. It appears they work over here, so that'll allow me to kind of get things situated over here. And we're still making progress on, you know, weeding the fields. Because that is kind of important. As far as I know, I kind of need to get that done this month. And plus, obviously, I'm planning on hopefully getting another harvest in this field. So I would like to get this field planted, or not planted, weeded next month as well. So I kind of need it next month, because this field will take a while to do. Obviously, all the fields that we bought, I'll have to replant as kind of part of the rules. Whether we'll harvest them again, we'll see. At the current moment, I don't foresee why I wouldn't. Right now, what, soybeans are 5-6 months, so we would be still at a good point. It would still be fine if we did it we would still have time to do the harvests. So probably up till February, I would say we're probably going to be doing them. And in theory, we should be getting a lot of these fields replanted by then. Maybe not the big one down there somewhere, I think. Somewhere that direction, the big soybean field. We'll see if that one gets there, but... yeah, we'll see how far the harvester gets with the soybeans over there. Obviously, like I said, farther the better, but if it's not completely done, that's fine. I mean, I don't think it will be, just because of capacity of the combine itself. But more the merrier, and it means the sooner we can get down to... it's one of those fields. I think I can see it. I think I might be able to see it. Way over there. But yeah, sooner we can get over to that direction and get that field harvested, at least start on it. Chances are we'll be able to finish that harvest like early next month. So we should be able to at least get started in that field, which will be good, and allow us, obviously, we'll be replanting a bunch of fields. And really not too terribly far away from some of our own fields on the farm here from being ready. So we planted them a couple months ago at this point, but yeah, they're still a couple months out. But still not too terribly far out, at least. It's hard to say for certain. Obviously, we'll be, like I said, we'll be replanting fields as much as we can up till like February, March. I'll be doing like probably soybeans in it because that will line up fairly well with higher prices. After that, I'll probably be putting something that doesn't use a ton of seeds in, and that way we can obviously sell the fields. That is kind of the rule. Although if I'm buying the field and I'm replanting it and harvesting a second time, I don't know if I ever had a rule for that. My rule was only for more so to keep me from just buying a field, harvesting it, and then selling it immediately. I never decided if I should do that. If I do a second harvest in it. At that point, I'm not just, selling it quick type of thing. Well, you can let me know in the comments what your thoughts are. If you think I should still replant it again before selling it, or if at that point it's like, well, you've already done a second harvest, you're not just flipping the field at that point. And just buying the field, harvesting it, and then selling it. I don't know, my rule was always I had to put work into it. Really didn't say how much work. I just had to put some work into it. That kind of keeps you from, last month, oh, hey, we can do this one harvest real quick, too. You can't just sell it immediately. Alright, well, that is done. I'll get this folded up and kind of put it out of the way. Let's see. Let's turn that off for the time being. I don't think it'll finish, but it'll be pretty close. And this one... well, it's made progress over here, which is good. That was kind of what I needed to have happen. So I can start in this field that was not working. I'm assuming it's just like too small or something, maybe? I don't know. Well, I'll just go ahead and start up another time lapse. We'll get all of the hoeing finished here. So it's what, after this field, there's 3 more. It's not too much. I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
Will you hear me when I go? Or watch me lose it all? You light the flame that let me fall. So when is it my turn to watch this sadness burn? Please help me out, I'm fighting against the odds. Against the
Alright, so there we are. It is the final field for the hoeing. And of course, like I said, though, we'll be having to keep this on the farm for a little bit longer than I kind of expected. To be honest, if I knew I was going to keep it as long as I'm probably gonna, I probably would have bought it and not rented it, but it probably won't matter too much long-term wise, I don't think. We'll need this obviously over there next time. 3 of 7, so a couple more months for these. So really that means we'll end up having at least like 1 month that we will not be like doing any harvest easily. It'll be 4 of 7 next month. And we'll be able to finish that harvest up there and start on that one. There might be a period in there we'll have to figure something out. We do have some grass fields, so do I cut it and try to make silage? Silage isn't worth a ton of money, though. Otherwise, I guess I could do contracts, possibly, in that month. It's an option. I don't know. That's just kind of what I'm trying to figure out, I guess. There might be a couple months where it might be a little bit rough. But that is part of the reason why I went so far into debt to buy these fields, because I kind of saw this coming. It was pretty clear that we were going to hit a point where we weren't going to have a lot of fields, so I needed a ton of fields of our own, so we had harvests to do and stuff like that. So it's a good thing I probably spent this money long term, but you know, still, it's still a risk, and obviously we'll be eating the monthly interest costs every month. However much that is. Well, it was 3,333. I would assume it'll be like 7.5 now. Why are vehicle running costs so high? That must be leasing. I'm assuming. That's what I'm assuming, at least. So yeah, that is everything for this month. So yeah, obviously next month we'll have numerous different fields I would like to try to get planted. More likely that one right there, and maybe we'll see. We'll see how many over in this direction we end up being able to do. Obviously, all of our fertilizer and stuff is kind of a ways away from here, so it would take a little bit to get things filled up. But yeah, then obviously finish out this harvest, and we have one more. First things first, I want to get the Challenger brought over to that field over there. We can start getting that field weeded then. Now, of course, we have the one soybean field I would like to get finished. That is over there somewhere. You might be able to see it. It might be in there somewhere. But that has to get finished today. I got the trailer over there, and I have emptied what was in the trailer too into the silo. So we have like 30-some thousand liters in there right now. A decent amount of money, which is good to see, obviously. And I'm kind of going back and forth if I should be selling the corn tortillas today. They're at a good price, but also shows it should go up more. So it's, I'm trying to consider if it's worth the risk of it possibly not going up. But it does show it's going up, so in theory it should be going up still. I seem to remember in the past it was always January, so I think it might be best just to do January. So I'm thinking at least. I have one of the trailers filled up. Obviously we'll have to do more next month, but it is sitting at a fairly good price. We bought $659,000 right now, which is good, obviously. But we could get $20,000 more next month, and more likely, I haven't explained this before, I don't think, but we'll be selling it as it kind of comes out from now on. Oh, probably next month on, because there really isn't a point where it gets good again. So we sell as much as we can probably next month. We'll sell more in February, more in March, April, up until it's empty. Because I just don't want to sell that much at that low price. Try to get as much as I can at the higher pot prices if possible. Let's see. Yep. I do have the tractor and the planter over here. We can start getting on that field over there replanted too. Get that emptying. There was a contract I was going to do. I was going to do this one. Fairly large, but I think we probably will be needing to remember to look into contracts, especially, I don't know if it'll be next month, might be the month after. We're not going to have like fields to really harvest. Next month we probably still have half of the big harvest that we'll be starting today. We'll probably still have half of that easily. But after that, it does not appear that there's anything that's going to be ready next month, or even the month after that. So we're possibly looking at doing some contracts, mainly just having workers do it is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm not sure if this is gonna continue on how it should. They might want to go around the edge, that's kind of what I'm concerned about. Let's get this going. That way this can at least be worked on. I feel like it's gonna cost me more money than it's worth having them drive like that. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time. We can just do it ourselves. I think that might be the best bet. Because this will be obviously going by itself for a while. The hoe will be busy probably the entire month. And the planter, as soon as that is done, we'll likely end up having to fill it up. Which I'll likely fill up here. I'll just buy the seeds and stuff at the store because it's far closer. There we go. It's far closer than going all the way back to the farm. I don't think there's a decent price difference between the two, but I don't think it's enough to do the distance to drive all the way back. Because if possible, I would like to get, obviously, that cotton field there that we're doing right now was the cotton field, and possibly this field here would be ideal. Get as much as we can. Because, like I mentioned, it's, for the time being, up till the next couple of months, I think we'll be trying to replant the fields, not really as in a replant and then sell it. I think we're going to just replant it and try to do a second harvest in it. Probably going to make far more sense long term, especially doing soybeans. because we can sell that, what, June? So as long as we get them in, I mean, even next month, I would say we'd probably be pretty good. Because next month would put it in, what, doing the harvest in July? We'd probably be able to finish it, you know, July, August. It's hard to say. We'll have a lot of fields ready at the same time or right around the same time. I'm not all of these, I don't think, will get replanted, but a decent amount will. Although I could try... would oats or sorghum also make sense, maybe in some of these fields? I should probably consider that. That would be a shorter growth time. We can possibly get more ready and, you know, push come to shove. We could rent another harvester or have that one do some fields as well, some of the smaller ones. It is a thought. It is a thought. How did we go down 10 grand? Must have been the loan interest. That is like 9-10 grand. I checked. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. Really, that contract there is basically just gonna pay for the loan interest this month. Yeah, it's pretty rough, but like I said, I think long term it'll make more sense than anything else. Because, like I said, when I kind of looked through the other fields, a lot of them have just been harvested. So chances are they won't be ready again within the series timeline. Maybe they will be towards the end. But at that point, I don't want to sell any of my own fields I've obviously took a huge loan out for, because eventually I might hit a point where I don't have any harvest, and obviously harvests are where you make a ton of your money. So I don't want to not have that. That's why I think I'm thinking we'll probably do soybeans throughout this month, maybe, and because that would be, I think it's 6 months for growth, or is it 5 months? One of the two. Probably should check, but then next month maybe we'll do oats or sorghum, because I think both of those are 4 months. Well, an easy way to tell would be if we look into this field, find the planted portion. I think this would be month 1 is what it's considered. It would be on the 6th month it's ready. Because month 7 it means it's ready. Basically 6 months from now. Which would put us, what, May? May, June, right in there. So, yeah. And soybeans max price is right in June. Although I think July isn't terrible. I'll have to see. Does it fall off a cliff or not? A lot of crops do. Once they hit their max, they kind of just fall off a cliff. It shows July, but I've always had June as a good price too. But maybe this map might be more on the July side of things. But if it's July, then we have a little bit more time. Maybe next month we'll also be doing soybeans. We'll see. It's so many fields we got going. Yeah, there's a lot of fields going on at once, and harvest usually takes longer than planting. Although I think all of our fields, well, our original fields that we started with, I think most of that should be finished maybe in a month, maybe. Although they kind of only half of them are ready right away, then the rest are later. I think we might be able to do that fairly quick. Obviously, the corn harvest took a while. But corn, obviously, your header is smaller, and then they're going to fill up a lot faster too. We got a lot more emptying in there. Well, this field here is just about finished. I'll get the harvester emptied and put into the trailer there. And then that will likely go to the farm to be emptied in between. And then this I'll have to bring up to the other field. Or bring down. I think it's towards the bottom of the map, actually. Alright, so we got that emptied into the silo. So we're just about at the field. Looks like the harvester's been around once. They are not, maybe half full. They're probably a little bit more than half, but well, it's just a little bit over, yeah. That's not a ton then, actually. Kind of expected more, but this is not going to probably be a top tier yielding field. There's no fertilizer and weeds, so it's going to be pretty similar to a lot of these fields over here. Well, let's get this. Well, let's finish this one strip here, and then I'll get, honestly, maybe 2 things of liquid fertilizer. And we can start working on these fields over here. Chances are I'll probably have to fill up in the in-between. How big is this field? Yeah, I'd have to fill up in between. Chances are, I mean, you could start the one, but you wouldn't be able to finish the second one. 600 liters ain't gonna go very far in the end. So we'll go and we'll get try 2 things. Seeds should be fine because I wasn't even max on that. I was like 90% and it used like 20%. That seeds should be fine for a while. I'm not too concerned about that. But yeah, obviously liquid fertilizer will use a lot, which is kind of expected because it is double fertilized. From what I can tell, it's on everything double fertilized. Yeah, I'll buy a little bit more. Yeah, price-wise probably makes more sense the other way, but oh, that vehicle leasing cost. Next month, we will legitimately have to sell the corn tortillas. I would not be surprised. We wouldn't probably be in debt, but we'd be really close to it starting next month. Well, I shouldn't say debt, because we're in debt, but I mean in the negative. So yeah, we really need to obviously sell some next month. It's going to have to happen, obviously, to even do any sort of... I bought more than I thought. The second time when I was going through there to buy them, I thought I was buying 1 at a time, not 2. So I bought more than I meant to. I also thought the capacity on this was 4,000 liters. I'm not sure what I'm thinking. I'm not sure. We can pick up whatever we don't use next month when we sell the corn tortillas at, I believe it's the farm market. I don't know where that's at in here though, but I believe that is where it's best. It might be the only sell point too. Yeah, I'm not sure where that's at in here, but yeah, farmer's market. Where is that? That is down here. Oh, it's just like the regular one. So this should be, yeah, sell point here and a sell point on the other side. Alright. Alright, this is almost done, which is good to see. This isn't too terribly... Why did it skip one? I don't know what they're doing here. I question what the workers do a lot. Once they're done here, I'm gonna take over, and I'm just gonna get them emptied. That way, oh, and I'll probably do the planting myself, because that shouldn't take too terribly long. And if I'm being realistic, I think I should be able to finish out both of those fields. Well, I'm not sure if a worker could, so I think having a worker work on this, and then next month I'll probably end up working on it. So we'll be caught up on planting then. We'll be waiting on this field to be done. We really didn't have nearly as many fields as I thought. So yeah, then we'd be planting more than likely February. Maybe at that point I want to do like oats or like sorghum or something then. I'm gonna set this off again, and I will start with up and down. That way it shouldn't even do the headline. Actually, just off that. Yeah. That way it shouldn't like go around on the edge at least. If it has to find its way, it only does a little bit. That is my thought process at least. Alright. Let's get steering assist on. Nice part is yeah, we should be easily be able to finish out both of these fairly quick. They're obviously fairly sizable fields, but I don't think it's really gonna take all that long. Once you get going. Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and start with time lapse. I'll at least try to get both of these finished out, and more than likely the combine will just go until it's full, because it being full will easily fill up more than just what's in the trailer capacity. So I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
So come over, won't you take me away? I've been thinking about
All right, so we're just about done here with the soybean field. One of the many soybean fields. If you're wondering, the reason I'm doing soybeans is because it's a fairly short growth time, and the best price is in the summer, like June, July. Most crops are like January. That's kind of the main reason why I'm doing it, is because it's going to end up probably being the best option, because we'll be able to catch the high price when we sell it, unlike basically any other crop. You wouldn't be able to catch it, more likely, so. Alright, let's get the contract collected, which I didn't even figure that in when I was saying that we'd probably be in the negative next month. We probably won't, basically only be because of that. So up to 36,000, which will be nice. Obviously, we have a lot of quantities to sell next month, and they made it a decent ways through. Yeah, they'll easily should be able to finish next month. Shouldn't be much of a concern. I should be able to get, obviously, the harvester emptied in here. I'll get as much as I can cleared away from here, and they should just be able to finish it out. More likely just in one trailer even, so then chances are I'll have to kind of check on what I'm thinking, whether it would be try to do soybeans again, or should we try oats or something. I'm kind of leaning towards like an oats or something, even though the price will be worse, and that's mainly just because I was hoping this would bring me closer to here. It would give us more time to get the harvest done and get it sold, versus this, if it's ready like July, as long as we have all the other fields finished, we can probably get over here and get it finished either that same month, or it would be like finishing out not the August, the last month that we have. It's kind of one of those things. It's gonna literally finish like right at the end. So it's you gotta kind of be careful on that. I don't want it to creep over into this situation where we can't finish it, because that would kind of be a worst case scenario. Right now I have a worker working on, I believe it's one of 3 total fields that do need to be weeded today, so obviously that'll be the priority. This harvest here I think I'll end up doing myself, so we'll probably end up having to plant something else next month outside of soybeans. Be some sort of probably, hopefully a 3-month to 4-month growth time. The shorter the better, honestly. I'm going to get this sold here. We have 71,000 liters. It'll go towards, obviously, the leasing costs and everything. I think it was like 20 grand over the night. I might sell on the other side, too. Yeah, I think it does. Before I get too far, I should probably do that. Yeah, and unfortunately, like the harvester and stuff, that's not going to be like returned in between, because yeah, $25,000 basically in vehicle leasing costs, and then obviously you got loan interest, which is another basically 10 grand. It's a big minus 44,000 right there. So let's get this sold. Like what, 500,000? Almost 500,000? Not quite. Quite a bit. Let's get, I think this trailer might be rented, but I'm going to get it actually brought over here, and I'm going to get something different. Because trying to put like pallet goods inside of this trailer a little bit borked at times. The physics kind of make the whole trailer shake and go all over the place, which does not create a very fun time. And then obviously with that being mentioned of not being able to probably plant that field this month, we'll see for certain, but it does not appear so. We have to keep the lease of the planter as well as the tractor that we're driving right now. What trailer would that be, Hunter? Where would that be under? That's the thing. I don't really remember what it would be. It would be in here? I'm thinking of a fairly big trailer if possible. Why is it so dark in here again? I also gotta figure which one is slightly bigger, and I don't really know what one would be bigger. I think this one might be a little bit bigger, and I prefer that side. I think, yeah, it'd be best to lease it if I'm being honest. Still not sure why it's so dark when I go into that. I don't know. And we will return in that, because I'm not sure why, but it was something that we had rented the whole time. So we can have this, which hopefully will be a little bit better to do. We have another... Heck, how much more do we have for corn tortillas? 49,000 liters to be sold this month. Then after that, we'll be trying to sell as much as we can, because it does appear that we're almost out of corn. Yeah, 11,500 liters. So then I can obviously turn off the corn flour, and then all of the production cycles, which right now are being split between these two, will all go towards this. So hopefully it should be able to make a very quick headway then, and then spinnery is down to 69,500 liters. So fairly good there as well. But it's almost, it is kind of nice though that I do still have this tractor, because I was trying to figure out, so obviously I have the one doing the hoeing there, then the other one was on the grain trailer. So it's like, what trailer do I use over tractor? But, well, it appears I'm not going to be needing it for planting, so obviously if I get done with that field quickly, I'd try it, but that's the kind of thing. I think if I can get into that field this month and do soybeans, that would be great. If not, I have a couple of options, be like oats, sorghum. I think it was green beans was like 4 months. Spinach was like 3 or 4 months. Problem is with those crops are you have the special equipment on those. I am pretty sure I saw a mod recently for it allowed you to harvest green beans, I believe it was, with your regular combine. I mean, that could be something I could consider. It would be a far better chance of us finishing that whole field if it was like green beans versus oats or sorghum, just based off of the fact that the amount it would yield would be less. Because obviously, like oats and sorghum's price is like $1,000, $1,500. But like green beans, I want to say is like 2,500, 3,000. So it's going to yield less for the amount, and then they end up fairly similar for income in the end. But the amount you'll get from it, it'll be a little bit less for the product amount. So it's tempting in that, but obviously, if I am wrong on that mod, I mean, it's not really the most realistic way, but it'd be nice, obviously. Otherwise, I guess I could have, what? Oh, I was like, what is that? That's the dog. Otherwise, I could, yeah, I'll have to load this up. Try to rent them, but obviously that's not cheap. I'll have to look again here. I had the list pulled up of what would be good if I did next month. It'd be sorghum, olives, red beet, carrots, parsnips, green beans, peas, spinach would be good. Grass would still be good. Potatoes would... I might not be... Okay, actually. Even soybeans this month would put us in the last month, so... green beans at 4 months would be like the month before last, actually. So 4 months wouldn't be too bad, but we would have other harvests probably going on, so we wouldn't probably get into that until the last month. But yeah, soybeans are 6 months for growth time. So obviously, it's kind of a tricky situation on what you plant, but I wouldn't mind doing the green beans. They have seemed to be fairly good. Obviously, you have the risk of what planter do I use, or not planter, but harvester. I know there's some beet harvesters, sugar beet harvesters and stuff that would have modded versions of headers and stuff. So that could be an option as well. I don't know. We got a couple of options, but admittedly none are like super fantastic, but well, I'm gonna get this loaded up and then I'll have to have the rest be exited out of the production, which is something. Because even with it, it being blocked, it still likes to spawn, so. I have to switch the cornflower to automatically move over, even though it's not going to move anywhere. And then it'll, not spawn. That way I can just have the one product come out. Alright, so this is the rest of the corn tortillas that are currently spawned. Like I mentioned before, what we'll be doing is, as the months kind of go on, we'll be selling this basically every month, up until it is out. At this point, the price is only going to go down until the end of the series, so I'm going to try to get the best possible prices as it goes down. That is kind of the goal, really. So, yeah, this is going to go to the farmer's market again. I can show the price chart in here. Corn tortillas. So you can see it's going down next month. It'll be up maybe a little bit in April, but not much. But otherwise, yeah, what series end is July. So you can see we don't have a ton of time in there. $344,000 there. I could take some off the loan. Or I could, be less interest, actually. So it'd be best if I did. Even though, obviously, the largest chunk of our monthly money that we're spending is going to vehicle leasing costs, so. And then, obviously, like I said, next month we'll have the planting, but outside of that, we'll likely be doing fairly heavy into contracts with whatever I have available. Because we don't have any planting to... Well, outside the one field, we don't have much planting to do. We have no harvest, from what I can tell. So we kind of have one option, and that is to do a bunch of contracts. So hopefully there's some good ones that are going to be available to us. There's some decent ones this month, some pretty good ones, but obviously next month is probably going to be a different story. So I know there's some in there right now that are like 40 grand. I'm saying, it's kind of tempting, but I got plenty of things to do this month. I don't think I'd be able to get that finished out. So right, I'm gonna turn this off. That way we're not gonna have leasing costs on that. And yeah, looks like this should be done. At least it said it was. Yes, it is. We'll have it go to field 15 then. Yeah, it's just right over here. Then once it's done with 15, I would think I'm probably going to be done with the harvest around then. So I'll probably end up doing the one afterwards. I know doing the planting will take a little bit in that field. So I am probably just going to end up doing it next month from what I'm seeing. And really, it might be best if we do like a green beans or something that's going to be 4 months, or oats or sorghum, because obviously soybeans being at 6 kind of puts us at a kind of a time crunch. But if things go super well, and I could potentially get into that field a month earlier and it's ready, then obviously that would be kind of ideal if possible. All right, let's take a little bit off of this loan. How much do we want to take off? At least a decent amount. So it'll be a little bit less interest in that case. I still have the vehicle running costs and everything. And we should be making money, not every month, but at least the next couple of months, likely from corn tortillas. And then June, I believe it is, for soybeans. That'll make us quite a bit of money that month as well. So we should be having money coming in fairly regularly now. I'll bring it down to 150,000 balance, which is $2.1 million on the loan. So that should drop this off quite a bit in theory. We just paid almost $700,000 in back, so it should cut that down a lot. Let's untag this. Oh, yeah, there we go. I don't know if this will take too long to do. It doesn't look like there's that much left, at least. Maybe I could get it planted. Well, like I said, I'm almost tempted to try to do something that is 4 months, because if we get, some of the harvest done earlier or something, we can get into this field and do it sooner, which is obviously a higher chance that we finish the whole thing. I don't remember if there's the mod to do the green beans with the regular header, though. I have to look. Alright, well, I did just look, and it looks like there is one for green beans and peas. So, I think they were both the same amount, right? Yep, both 4 months. So the real question is, what would be worth more? I think they're fairly similar, though. Green beans max price is in August, which is... Actually, we'd be most concerned when the high price is. Well, peas. That would be... I mean, it only fluctuates $500. But it's possible green beans might be better when we do it in here, then? That almost doesn't fluctuate at all. This tells me you get less for the amount off of peas, more likely, though. Yeah. I'll see what I decide. I think those are probably the best options, if I'm being honest. Like, to get things finished, it would probably be the best options. Plus, actually, I do have the class combine still, so I mean, I could have that even work in here if I want. If it's ready a month earlier, I have the ability to kind of have that combine do it too, versus it being finished or it being ready in the very last month. Well, that kind of limits me. I have to have it finished in that 1 month then, obviously. You get the little bit missed there. Must be because of the hill, maybe? I think there was a little bit missed somewhere else in here, too, so that might be it. It does look like there's a terrible amount left in here, which shouldn't take too long to finish out, at least. But yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and start with time lapse. So I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
The truth is,
Alright, well, just like that, that is the final bit of soybeans for this field, so we'll get this emptied. I think I'll leave the combine and the header over here. Because I think... obviously, there's a chance that we could have, like, a contract maybe next month for harvesting. I don't know where that might be, so I just probably just put it here for now, and then when we need it the month after, which would be March, I'll then bring it back to the farm, because the fields around the farm will be ready first, at least they should be. And we'll get this put in here though, and obviously next month it should just be rented, like, contracts and stuff, which will be nice. We don't have to bring our own equipment anywhere, and really we won't be using it in any of the rental stuff, so obviously it should be no, like, hourly charges or anything. Obviously there's plenty of fields right here, obviously, but let's hope they're there next month. Currently harvests appear to be potatoes and parsnips. Yeah. Let's hope for some good cultivating ones. Let's do that. Yeah. These would be pretty good. I think I would like these. So hopefully they'll be sitting there next month. Possible that I'll be accepting them, like, as soon as I advance too, like, even off camera. If they're still there, I'll accept those. Oh, how are we doing for soybeans? We are currently up to, at max price, at 730,000, although that is at the Moen Ho de Greos. I'm butchering it, I realize this. Which it's going to be less at, like, farmer's market. We'll see what the price is there. I mean, if we get $5,000, that would be great. I would not be complaining. And then in that case, it would be 700,000. But we'll see for certain when we get there. I wouldn't be surprised if it's not quite that, though. So I wouldn't be holding my breath on it. Let's get steering assist. We want to check, is this it should be the last field, right? For weeds. Oh, we have this one. So we will have to keep this at least one more month. I think, what is it? What's the name for this? I should know. No? Pottinger? Yeah, alright. It is leased. So next month, we'll be able to return it once we're done then. So that'll be nice. That'll be one less thing. We should be able to return this next month. And the planter, hopefully, too. Which will also be a decent amount. Yeah. So a decent amount of money after next month. We'll have less for leasing costs, which should be nice. Yeah, off we go here. It should be going good. Just like double check. Yep. All right. Well, I think I'll just finish things out with a time lapse. We'll get this whole field here finished out fairly quick. So I'll talk to everyone now. Once the time lapse is done.
I'm not an exceptional person. There's nothing particularly interesting ever happens to me. I have a bunch of flaws, and if I'm being honest, I doubt I leave much of an impression on people. But if I can tell a great story, then maybe people will remember that instead. Remember the card trick and just pretend they don't know how it's done. You know?
Alright, so we're just about done here with the hoeing, and almost the last field that we'll have. Almost. It wouldn't be... Yeah, it'll be March when will be the last time we'll need this. Soon, but not obviously super soon either. We'll have a couple more months of the monthly cost for this, although the amount that this costs is far less than like the combine or the planter or the one tractor. Yeah, we got far more expensive things. This is not even a drop in that bucket. This is not my biggest concern to get returned. The planter and the tractor will be nice, but obviously like the combine, I mean, that won't be until basically the very end, so. Yeah, that should be everything. A couple bits missed probably when I was turning around, but not too bad. Otherwise, it looks fairly good, and this field will be done, well, planted next month. Obviously, all these fields need rolling, but is what it is. I'm not concerned about it. I'm really not. Otherwise, is there fields almost ready to harvest outside of that one? That one is, what is that? That is not anything I can do. Isn't that the parsnips? Yeah, okay. Yeah, probably won't be doing any harvesting with the harvester next month, but hopefully there's some good, like, cultivating contracts. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, or spraying even. I wouldn't be against that. First things first, we have one contract this month, at least at the moment. Obviously, like I said last month, it appears this month we'll be doing a lot of contracting, which, not gonna lie, the contract board is a little bit light on work this month. I mean, there is a couple of harvests. I think there's 4 total, but they're all, I think there's two potatoes, and I want to say the other ones are parsnips, and all of them are, like, I think one's, you must deliver 1.4 million liters or something like that. Yeah, this one, 1.4 million liters of potatoes you have to deliver. You can keep 90,000. So that means this field you're going to get like 1.5 million liters of potatoes. That's a lot. I don't have the time to do something that big. That'd be a massive harvest. So obviously I'm assuming it'd be worth well over $100,000, but that's going to involve a lot more time than I have. Yeah, this is up on field 3. It's the only cultivating one. And obviously, like, we had the one deadwood one, but it's $750, so it's not even enough to pay for a chainsaw. So unless I start with one, I don't have that ability to do that one, which I'm not as concerned about doing one that's $700. But either way, we can at least get this going. It'll be a nice, like, 35 grand. It'll be nice to have. And then we also have that field way back there, which actually, you might be able to see it. Yeah, I think you can see it. Yeah, we do have that field to plant. I'm going to put peas in it. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Because if I remember right, the mod that I'm going to end up using is the one that you can use your regular combine header on those crops. I think I'm going to put peas in it and use that mod. And it only uses, or you can only harvest green beans or peas, if I remember right. Yeah, I don't remember if I've done actual peas harvest. Like, I've used like greenhouse production mods and stuff to make peas, but I don't remember if I've done an actual harvest. I probably have, likely as like a contract maybe, or like a one-time thing. That might be it too. Maybe it's just a one-time thing. That seems likely. You know, seems like something I would have done, you know, one-time thing, but I know I am doing some green bean harvests on Survival's Challenge at the moment, so I think we'll do something a little bit different, something we don't normally do. And like I said, they should both be 4-month growth times, so no real difference there. Yeah, I did get the corn tortillas loaded up for the month. I decided to put them on the pickup truck. We don't really use it that much, and it allowed me to kind of get the planter somewhat set up. And get it all filled up and stuff, and not use the tractor as much as I can. Because obviously it's rented, so you gotta pay, it's per hour of work, and it's not a cheap amount, I don't believe. It'll be kind of nice to not have that rental to pay for all the time. The combine is obviously a lot more for the rental, but that's something that we're gonna need next month. So I better keep it, you know, even if it's just sitting for a month in there. It's still cheaper than the initial lease cost would be. Somewhere up here. This is 5 miles or 15 miles an hour, so it takes a while to get where I'm trying to go. Oh, this is field 2 coming up? I thought it was... Oh, field 3's up there, then. I was about to say, am I going the complete wrong way? I think 3's up there. Yeah, I think so. I think I just took the wrong turn and ended up taking the long way, it seems. I wonder if this is one of the big potato fields. I think that's potatoes. Doesn't look like parsnips. Yeah. I would think parsnips would have the, what, ridges, I believe? I seem to remember that from 22. Although I don't remember if it was actually mandatory. I think it just added like a layer of fertilizer, so it wasn't technically mandatory. I seem to remember that too. I don't know if I ever really tried it much, but yeah, I think it wasn't mandatory. This should be it. Double check, make sure I'm here. Yep, we have made it all the way up here. Alright, well, I'll just, I'll have a worker start on this. And, hopefully they can at least get a ways in, and I'll probably end up finishing it myself, I'm thinking. But, it's probably best case scenario, that way we actually get everything finished that we can. This is a nice interior. It's a nice interior. As I almost take this over the hill there and almost put it on its side, more than likely. Realistically, it probably would have, because that's a lot of weight, obviously, high up. This should actually get us in town a lot quicker than the tractor trailer obviously would. Top speed's a little bit faster. Almost to the point where I'm sitting here waiting and stuff. I'm not actually sure why that cement truck there stopped in the middle of the road. I think, was it? I think I see it. I know it was only sold at the farmer's market. I don't remember where that is. It's somewhere over here. That's the sawmill. Oh, there it is. Oh. I was not paying attention to the road. I was paying attention to where the farmer's market was. Yeah, it's right over here. Knew it was in this area. That's another $141,000. I think at the end of the month here, I'll take what I can and I'll pay back more of the loan, just to try to obviously get the monthly interest down as much as we can. Because, even though no matter what, we're going to end up paying the entire loan back, just because a lot of the loan goes to land, and obviously we'll end up selling it all in the end. So no matter what, we'll be able to pay it back. But just to have a little bit less interest every month. Because that's what's technically giving us a negative on the land, even though we're going to make a positive out of it just because of all the crops and everything. Make a few $100,000 pretty easily, if not more. I'll probably use this next month to bring him to, if possible. I'll have to see how much we got. We might have more, because I would think the cycles are now all to corn tortillas now. I'm assuming at least. Oh, one spawned underneath the combine. I put this there instead of the truck, that way they wouldn't spawn. And that's because I know it has barriers, but I was still having stuff spawn for some reason, so just seemed to be the best thing I could have done. Okay, this is still over here, which is fine because it is not needed today. This is fine, that's over here. This is needed to do some planting. We're not full on seeds, but it should still easily be enough to do the whole piece. We'll turn on steering assist. Quite a few lines, but not too bad. 2 around on the edge. That probably seems about right, because I know, yeah, there's going to be trees and everything, so you're going to want as much as you can at the edges, obviously, so you get a decent amount of room to turn around, so that seems about right. I'm going to lower that, and, oh, nope, almost, I got going a little bit late. I didn't get that last little bit there. Alright, there we go. I don't want to miss too much. Biggest thing is obviously making sure we have enough fertilizer for this entire field. If we don't, we do have some at the store, so I would drive the extra distance to do it, to grab that, because obviously we've already paid for it. I don't think we'll run out of anything, because obviously... Oh. The line stopped. It's obviously, I filled it up, so I don't think it should have any issues. Seeds, I didn't go all the way, because it's so rare to use that many seeds, really, so... Yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and start a time lapse for this. I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find. We could lock horns all day, but really who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade. How do you fail to hear the roaring grind? self-honest the flaws. And some of us who are awake watch as you are fixing your mistakes. Lie along the stump, the subtle movements of the land. Within the limits of these chains, there's only so much to explain. Whether you will find this wall, the one that's infinitely tall. And as we move the hour around, are we just dancing in the sand? It's a useless waste of time. I don't care what's on your mind. The truth was never for us to find.
Alright, so we're just about done here with planting. I will probably check on the cultivating contract, because I haven't seen it move from 64 in a little bit, so just in case it got stuck, I'm going to check on it now before I do anything else. Oh, nope, 65. Well, never mind, it is okay, I guess. Alright, oh, I forget. Got that bug still. Alright, how's it doing? Is it just now that point over there? Is it basically just... Yeah, it's just gonna have the outer edge left. That's one thing you gotta almost keep in mind for this. These contracts, especially the cultivating ones, a large portion of it is the outer edge. Which doesn't take too terribly long to do. Oh, I love that. That's been a bug for the last, like, 2 versions. It just randomly came up in one of them, and it's still been a thing. It's because earlier I took a screenshot, and now anytime I open a menu, it's going to do that. So, yeah, it's nice. Alright, let's get back to here, and really, I shouldn't need either of these, so I'm gonna just return both of these right from here. That should make the time a little bit better. I probably didn't need to reset it, because I'm gonna go right back into here. I don't know how much that's going to cut down our leasing costs, really, but yeah. We are down to 46,000 liters of cotton to be gone through. So we've went through, what, 25,000 liters? Something like that in the last month? Or right around there, at least. So not too bad. It should be gone in the next 2 months, which would put us, what? April, May. When is clothing highest? May. So it should line up fairly well. It appears, at least. Obviously, there's probably... I mean, we would make $200 off of this, but still, it's not worth it. If I bought a chainsaw, it's still not worth it, because it's $200 in the end, and we're making enough money. It's kind of to the point where $200 ain't really worth it. So, all right, I'm gonna take a little bit more off of the loan too. Probably get under 2 million, and we will get 30 grand from this. So I will bring this a little bit lower. So we took another, what, 120,000 off, something like that. And then, obviously, we'll get the 30K, and then we'll be back to 150,000, which actually, let's just bring it down to about 100,000. Why not? But yeah, we should be less on the vehicle leasing costs, which was 2 grand less last month. Likely just we use stuff for less amount of time, I'm guessing. And that did actually, loan interest last month was down, so... just over 2 grand. That's a decent amount, really. So, I wonder how many side pieces is that? That's probably 2. It's probably 2 strips on the edge. Obviously, I'm just gonna, I might finish this out myself. Makes sense, at least. Oh, it takes a little bit to get up to speed. I was about to think I might have to run a manual gearbox, but it seems to be fine now. Obviously, it does take a while to do these contracts. I mean, it might honestly be best that I only did this one. Because if I had multiple, I don't know if we'd have them all finished up right away, but be close at least. But yeah, next month we'll be back to doing a... Well, it's not too many harvests next month, I don't think. And the month after, I don't think it's too many either. I shouldn't have did that, really, because it's going to pop up the snowing type thing again. Yeah, it'd be these 3 next month, which isn't that much. We should easily be able to finish it. But then it's all of this and all of this, I believe, the month after, and then it's this, I believe. If I hover over, it might tell me. It does not. And then it's these 3 in 1 month. And then it's this one last. So these, we shouldn't have too much issues finishing them up fairly quick, realistically. It'd be these. I don't know if we'll be able to do all 3 in 1 month, but we'll see. I do have the other combine. I can always, put the header on and try to get, something done with that too. At least help us out. We go here. Well, I think I'll just go ahead and start time lapse. We'll just finish out the cultivating here. So I'll text everyone once the time lapse is done.
We could lock horns all day. Really, who cares what we say? We will be lost before we fade.
Alright, well, just like that, the contract is, well, it's finished. Obviously, we can finish out the last little bit ourselves. There's always a huge buffer in well, it's not huge, but a decent amount of buffer in contracts. They've always kind of been like that, but I believe it's with the Better Contracts mod. It allows us to finish it out if we want. Which obviously, if you want to do a good job, you're going to finish the whole thing out. So, yeah, this would be a nice, like, 30 grand, and, yeah, I'm not going to take more off of the loan, I don't think. I want to keep our funds fairly decent, but I think this seems to be, we'll be at, like, 135,000. That should be fairly good. I know next month we'll probably get a little bit more, obviously, from corn tortillas, but I don't know how much, but be having at least a decent amount that'll be sold there. Maybe $7,500,000, somewhere in there, maybe. We'll see. Also, kind of depends on how much gets made overnight. I would think it's more than what we had this time, just because it's not producing any corn flour, so. In theory, all of the cycles should just be going to that, so. Yeah, next month we'll have obviously the field that we just planted today. That will be the hoe will be in that, getting all the weeds and stuff out of there. We'll have a couple of harvests. Shouldn't take that long. I'll probably be able to do those myself, I think. Otherwise, I'll still keep an eye out, obviously, too, if there's a good cultivating contract that's not too big. I think this is probably, like, about as big as I would go, size-wise. We'll probably do that then, too, but, we'll see. We'll see what's out there. But, just like that, this is finished. So let's get this returned or collected. 35 grand for that. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. We're up to $139,000. Obviously, you're thinking what we're in month 7? 8? It might be 8. Something like that. So yeah, you're thinking, well, it's not looking that great, but we do have a lot of different things to come, mainly in the soybean department. Obviously, corn tortillas, we're slowly selling it right now because the price is starting to go down, and then clothing in a couple months. So we got a good amount of stuff still, plus obviously fields to be resold. So I'm just gonna get the hoe set up in the field that we just planted last time, the peas field. I did accept 2 contracts, which you can probably see. One is a hoeing one. I'm hoping that this will be done fairly quick, and I can put it over there, and it can then finish that one. Because I did not borrow the equipment, so that is what I'm hoping is going to happen, at least. Yeah, I got the corn tortillas loaded up, got the harvester and everything over here for the... it's only 3 fields of soybeans, but it's still a decent amount. Yeah, then we have a spraying one, which I obviously did rent the equipment for. It's a fairly good amount. I want to say it was 34,000. Obviously, you got the cost of herbicide in there, which was, I want to say 7,000 by itself, but you're still netting quite a bit out of it, so it shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. And it wasn't too far away from the store. Hopefully 6,000 liters is enough. It said 5,500 was, so I mean that's kind of what I'm going off of and assuming is the right amount. We'll get this up to the farmer's market. We'll get the corn tortillas sold for the month. Get that out of the way then, and see how much money we make, and possibly take a little bit off of the loan like I've been trying to do. That way we're not getting hit as hard with monthly interest or anything. So we're saving a little bit of money then. It's not going to be a ton, but it's something. And a little bit is better than nothing, so. I don't think we have too much left of the corn tortillas. Maybe a month or 2. There's about 40,000 liters of flour left. That might be 2 months. But we'll see. Then the fabric and cotton and all that. That didn't have too much left for it either. Maybe a month or 2. Which is good, because I think it's May when clothing is highest priced. So, if that is... where is it? Here it is. If that is good, in May it should be finished the same month. $140,000 like I've been doing. I'll take a little bit off. Probably not a ton. Yeah, we will have some contracts that we'll be getting paid from, so I'll go about 90,000 bucks. I'll go down to, so because yeah, one's 11,000, almost 12,000, and one is almost 35,000. Of the contracts, they seem to be the best. So, and maybe if I get some time myself, if I get extra time, maybe I'll do one of the bale wrapping. If I do any, it would be this one, though. We'll see. We'll see. Because obviously, I don't know how long the harvest will take. It is probably the least amount that we have to harvest for the rest of the series, basically. It's only 3 small fields. And I know the rest of the way we should have much larger fields. Some months, multiple larger fields. Chances are I might have the class even going at times. Not sure if we'll have the capacity trailer-wise, but we'll figure it out. So even if I have the class going and it finishes half of a field, that's half more than what we would normally get. It's kind of what I'm trying to figure. Even if it sits there in for a little bit, it's still more than what we would have gotten otherwise. Yeah, next month I think we have the rest of the small fields. Let's park this up in here because I'm sure I'll need it next month. This month we have 3 of these smaller ones. Yep, next month is the rest of the small ones. I'm hoping we can finish them all in 1 month. Possible what we'll do is maybe we'll have the class going and try to do some of these smaller ones over here. Because I would hope it could do it without needing to be unloaded even. That way, even if it gets 2 of them done, that's 2 more than what I would have. We have a much higher chance of getting all of these finished if I have it do 2 of them even. And I don't want to. I need to get them done in 1 month basically, because then we have field 11, I believe, that the next month. Which is obviously important to get that one done. It's a little bit darker than this, so yeah, it's a month ahead. But obviously, it is important that one gets done, and then these are did in the same month. They're 4 of 7. I think it'd be more crucial, obviously, when these 3 are done, probably to have the class going. Because even if we don't finish all the small fields, we'll still. This is gotten decent ways in. We'll still have the ability to maybe even put the class in one of the small ones if we don't finish them that month. Obviously have this one do that bigger field over there. We'll figure it out, obviously see what is needed at the time and try to do the things the best we can. Yes, obviously a big part of it is what is going to be most efficient so we can get all of the fields done. That's probably the biggest part, is getting everything done. I have both of the trailers over here. I don't know if we'll need both, but we'll at least have it. Rather be safe than sorry. I don't know how long. This probably won't take too long. These aren't massive fields by any means. Probably 3 strips in all of them, honestly. This one might be a little bit more in this wide section, but obviously even next month they're not huge. They're all the smaller fields basically. Well, I think I'll just go ahead and start my time lapse. We'll get these 3 fields here finished out. Shouldn't take too long, so I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
I remember when I saw you at the end of that night. I was looking for some trouble, you were looking alright. Every time you said a word, I was staring at your lips. I don't think I've ever been so close to a love like this. I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. We love, I could take potions. We love, conversations. And the body, you can take it all away. We love, I would take potions. I would take potions.
Alright, so we're just about done here. I see worker C stopped working, although it looks like the contract must be done. So obviously it used all the herbicide, but it must have still had enough to finish the contract. So I am assuming it is all good there. I have to check on the hoe on our field too, because I want to see that's done. Oh. I would like to obviously get it moved over to the contract. The biggest thing with the contract is it's basically going to pay for the rental time of the hoe itself. Probably how many months and stuff we've had it, it'll help pay for that. Yeah, let's see if this should be done then. Yes. We'll get that collected. Fairly good amount of money. Certainly can't complain. I don't know if we'll every month have contracts going on or not. We'll see. That is... yeah, we'll see. Where is this at? It is fairly close to being done, and yeah, it has to do one lap around the edge. I think the more I'm thinking about it, I'll probably put the class combine into some of these smaller fields over there, just so we can make sure we get them done. I might do like if there's some good contracts to have like a worker do. Why not? You know, if it's 10 grand, it's 10 grand more than I would have had otherwise. So almost $1 million at max price. Obviously, that's max price. Probably won't see it. Yeah. Would I want to do any more contracts? This was actually basically 7 grand. Only 1,000 liters usage. It's very, very little. It's just a tad over 1,000 liters. Otherwise I could do this one as well. Alright, so that is doing the outer edge right now. How long? It doesn't say it would take too long. It doesn't say how many bales this would be. How large is 9? If I look at it here, field 9. Oh, that is a very large field. That would take a very, very long time to get bales wrapped on. Could do that. Be smaller one, or I could do the fertilizing one. Or I could do this myself. What I might actually do is I'll accept this one. I'll borrow the items too. I think I might have smaller things here too. Yeah, I have 500 liter bags too I could get. So I'll buy one of this. and one of these. I might have a worker do it, and I'll do the last hoeing one. The hoeing contract. It just makes a decent amount of sense to try to do, if we got time, you know, we'll try to do some contracts here and there. Because at the end of the day, you know, we only have so much we can do in a month. And if I don't have, anything to do on our farm, well, I should probably spend that time making something, even if it's not a ton of money, it's still something. That is what I'm trying to do. Obviously, we'll try to use as much of our time to doing the things that make us even just a little bit of money. Okay, we'll have a worker do that. Like I said, this should almost be done. Yeah, it is almost done. Then I will have it go to field 5, and then I can return the hoe. Finally, we'll get that returned. I don't know what's all this going on over here, though, which I might have to go that way. Because there's no path, unless there might be a path across, but I wonder if that's not a ferry. There's something to go across. There's a large field in here. I have not really been down in this part of the map outside of, obviously, just to do that field harvest there. Right on the corner of the map. Looks like some forest area. I do really like how there's parts in this map where you kind of drive through some shallow water, and I don't know, it just adds a little bit to it. A nice little forest there. That'd be, yeah, right on the edge of the map too. Yep, this is just a ferry to get across. So what's going on with that fertilizing contract? Not gone up. Liquid, solid, slurry, or manure. But it's not gone up. Is it like already double fertilized? Really? Is there... Or is it, because I have that mod. I wonder if it's because I have that mod active. I have a mod that double fertilizes it. As far as I know, it uses double the fertilizer too, but I'm curious if it'll go up some. If it does, what I'll have happen, I'll let it go around the entire thing. But if it's not 100%, then I will just give myself the money. Because obviously we're doing the work. Oh, yep, now it's gone up. It's because I was double fertilizing it. I'll let it finish out, then I'll just have to just give myself the money probably. Because clearly we're doing the work, but it's not going to count because of that. I didn't think it would not count just because of that mod, but I was wrong. And obviously I will probably end up getting a penalty too for canceling it. So I'll end up basically canceling it. I'll just have to refund that too. Makes the most sense is to do it that way, at least. I don't think anyone would have an issue with me doing that. We're still paying for the equipment. We're still doing all that stuff. It's just not, obviously, gonna complete all the way. Unless it maybe it goes back through now. I don't know. I guess I always just figured if it was fertilized, it would be fine. Well, I think I'll just go ahead and start a time lapse for this. So I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
Sipping on a little something, I've been sipping too much. I just pour myself a double and I'm thinking about us. Every time I see your face, I think of what I lost. How could all the little moments that we had be so far gone? I never met someone like you. I never felt this way, ooh. Who you love? I would take potions for your love. I would cross oceans, all the hurt and the pain. You could take it all away for your love. I would take potions.
Alright, so we're just about done here. Probably the last strip, it looks like. I'll look at the fertilizing one. I know it said it ran out, so I just want to see if it completed the whole field or not. If the whole thing is completed, then it should I'll just pay myself for the contract. If it's not, then I'll have to just buy more fertilizer. Unless it's like going back over top and like putting one layer instead of two. I don't know. I think it would just leave it, but it is not fully completed. Probably because I was double fertilizing it. Probably why it's not. I bet if it wasn't double fertilized, it would have easily completed it because it needed 1,000 liters or 11,000 liters, something like that, and we got 1,500. So I'm not. I think it's actually fine. Because I know the double fertilizer mod, it does, as far as I know, use double the fertilizer. So that's probably what's going on there. I think we got plenty. It's just not gonna obviously go as far because it's double fertilizing. Oh, I'm gonna drop this here and then I'll a little bit farther away. That way I can get it returned. Finally returned. Then what I'm gonna do is we go over. It would have completed it if we didn't double fertilize, right? I'm just gonna add a little bit. I'm gonna add 100 liters. I almost guarantee it would have completed otherwise. If I remember where that is. Oh, there it is. I can't just put a little bit? Oh, I can. I can show the thing in there where it shows that. Part of better contracts. Yeah, this wasn't gonna complete fully anyways. Alright, there we go. Alright, but if we look in here, obviously usage is going to be just under 11,000 liters, and we got 1,500. So obviously it did use extra just because of double fertilized mod. So it's 8,970 6. Oh, there's going to be a cancellation, is there? It doesn't say so. Oh, there is a minus. Yep. Okay. Was it 8,700 or was it 8,900? And I'm getting my 7 and my 9 mixed up. So I will just add the lesser of the two amounts. Because that would be with the minus that we got plus what was supposed to be the contract. I think that should be good. If it is off, let me know. But I think that should be accurate. Obviously, like I said, it's because of the double fertilized why it didn't go up. Then obviously, that's part of the reason why it ran out too. It's because it was double fertilized. I think first things first, I'm gonna grab this here and I'm gonna get it set out probably in that farthest field. Because that seems to be the smallest of the bunch here. So I'm thinking maybe a worker can have it finished by the time I get everything else going that is needed. I won't be doing corn tortillas this month, which might be surprising, but we don't have a ton left in corn flour. So I figure, well, why not just wait 1 month and just sell everything that's left. Because I think there's 10,000 liters left to be, yeah, about 12,000. That's not going to be a ton, so we'll just let it finish out. Only 5,000 liters left of cotton, which is good because I think that should be next month now, clothing. Yeah, next month. So it's perfect timing on that. Otherwise, we got 2 contracts, fairly good price-wise. One's 13 grand, almost 14, and then one's 28. There was some bigger ones which are not actually in here anymore, so you know what, never mind. There was a bigger hoeing contract that was like 30 grand, but I didn't know if it would finish in time, so I figure, you know what, it's probably best to just not try in that case. Yeah, right next to each other too. Yeah, fairly good size fields. They should be going the whole time. And then if I make it back over here, I got the class with a header now. It's not just sitting there blocking the corn tortillas from spawning. I'm just gonna I want to set it off in the smallest field here, one of the smaller ones. I think that's what I'm gonna try to do is have it do the smaller ones. Yeah, obviously, it'd be nice to finish out the bigger ones, but the smaller ones are probably the most annoying almost with the bigger combine because it's just gonna be one strip, and then you gotta drive all the way back down, and it's gonna be one strip. So this won't take too long to do. I don't know how large of a combine it is, though, so I don't know how quick it's going to fill up. 8,000 liters. I think it would go a little ways then. This is already almost 5,000 liters. Kind of be nice almost if we had 2 trailers and not one that's the chaser bin auger one. Because really only one of them can actually empty into the silo. So I'm trying to think, would it be worth just selling that than getting something else that wouldn't have that problem? I'm just going to put this over here for now. How much is that worth even? Just in case there's one I'm missing somewhere. 66,000. So it's actually worth a lot of money. This was 51,000. I think I'll sell it and I'm going to get something else that's right around 50,000 liters. Honestly, we might save money on this. Let's see, trailers. And I'd rent it too. Like I said, I want something right around the same size too, if possible. I get 41,000 liters there. Might be the largest one. 47,000. But the thing is, you gotta figure, will the tractor even pull it at a certain point? We'll buy it. Why not? 'Cause we'll need it for a couple of months, and I would think the value should hold up, and it'll probably be nice to sell with. So a couple of reasons why. This trailer's gonna be better with the class too. It's gonna be shorter. So a lot higher chances actually going to get the auger over top. So let's put this over here, and like I said, the goal is to get the smaller the fields done, but obviously if I can and there's time, I'll let it do one of the other ones too. Right, let's go and grab that other trailer. So we made a little bit of money and we got a bigger trailer. I'm not sure how well it's going to pull. Like I said, though, it is not a small trailer by any means. And I think I have something similar in like a survival challenge, or I've had something similar. And that, when it was a full trailer, it was tough to pull with a tractor. And these are going to be less horsepower than what I had there. So, yeah. It's not obviously worth renting something to pull it, so it's just going to be best this way, I think. As long as it doesn't struggle too bad, we'll be okay. Alright, so we'll put that there for the time being, and well, this is almost done over here. What I'll do then is I'll get this, just have a worker start on one of these fields then, and then once the class is done, I'll move that. I'll get it emptied and then moved. And then I'll just take over for this over here. And we should be able to finish out these fairly quick. And I'll let a worker start on this. Obviously, they're still working on... Where the heck is the class combine in here? The contracts are still working away. Right now the hoeing is going quicker than the weeding, which it is a smaller field, but I think it might be faster in general. Like the working speed is faster. Just by a little bit. I don't know if it's a ton. Well, we got the first one done. It was only 50% full, so I could probably do a little bit bigger one even without needing much more. So I'll let it do this one here. And maybe I'll do the smaller one even after, but... Oh, I thought I emptied it. I guess I didn't get it emptied. Alright, that was my fault. I thought I emptied it. I think I pulled up next to it and I just didn't empty. That's what happened. I was worried about the fact the other one wasn't moving. Shouldn't take too long to get these harvested, really. I'll let this one do that one more likely. Maybe I'll do one more, we'll see. And obviously after that, it'll mainly just be the other combine. I'll be doing a lot of it. It's good to get this one out here and at least working some. Like I said before, later on when we have, I think there's a later point when we have 3 fairly sizable fields over here. I'll maybe let the class try to do one. Because I think I can do 2 probably in 1 month with, what brand is it? In 1 month, Colossus, that's it, the Colossus combine. I think I can do 2 in 1 month with it, but probably not 3, so maybe like the smaller one or something I'll let the class do. At least try to finish or get as much as it can get done. That's probably what will happen. I didn't empty this one either. I'm really lacking on getting the combines emptied. I should be able to make it all the way back up and get it emptied. So I think I'll just go ahead and stop time lapse. We'll probably get these 2 fields finished now, and then I'll probably end up getting the trailer emptied and everything, and then we'll finish up the last couple. Well, I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
All of your wind has gone, and all of the paths you've drawn have sunk to the ocean sand where no one can see. You stand, don't let the dark embrace, cower the dreams you chase under the rust and blood. Don't let yourself give up. And all these steps that we take are leading us far away. And all these years are passing each day. Since then we are far away from where we were. We did what we could. We're light years away.
Alright, so we're just about done here with, well, this set of soybean fields, and obviously we got the other ones on basically the other side of the farm. So let's get these little bits that were missed too. The trailer was just about full, so I'll have to empty that. And I want to say the other combine was fairly full too. I haven't seen where they finished that field though, so they must still have a decent amount to go, maybe? My goal is to let it finish that field and then do the one other smaller one that was over there. We'll get this emptied and then I'll empty the rest. Yep, complete their task, so it must almost be done or be done. No, it's still going, so a different one must have completed their task. Better not have been the contract, because that one still has a decent amount to go. Might have been the other contract, because it obviously completes, but it can still finish it. Oh, they're still doing their thing. So is that one over there. I don't even see. Oh, it's way over there. We're almost done with both of the contracts then. Yeah, it's just about done. I'll let it do the other small one down there. Well, actually, I'll move this then. That way I have room to get through there with Colossus. That is empty. Then we'll, once this is all emptied, we'll start the rest of them. Obviously, next month I think we only have one field. That one over there, which it is a fairly large field though, so I gotta figure that in as well, but obviously once again I'll look to see if there's good contracts. Any little bit matters and is good to have. The next month we also will be selling the rest of corn tortillas. That'll be next month. And actually, May is also closed, I believe. So we'll have a decent amount of things to be sold. Should be able to take a good amount out of the loan from that. I could sell that building then too. I was hoping I could make it through there, but yeah, I could sell the actual production as well then and make some money from that. Any little bit is nice to have because I'll use it to take off the loan some. Okay, this one, I'll put the trailer in between these fields over here. Oh, I almost went into the pond. I'll put this one over here. And then I will get... I think even if I put it over here, I can still obviously empty into it. I'll get this emptied, and then I'll get it put into that really tiny field there. But hey, it's something. That's the way I look at it. It's still completed something in the end. And then I figure I'll just empty the other combine into this trailer once the big field is done. Should be plenty of room. I would imagine, at least. It's good to have this as an option, this combine. Obviously, it's not going to get super far in the larger fields. It'll take a really long time, but it's just that little bit of... Hey, even if we get 75% of the field done, that's still a lot less that needs to be done with the bigger combine. Especially not next month, the month after, when we have 3 fields. 3 fairly sizable fields at that. Which really are probably not much bigger than once you combine like all of these, but still, it'd be nice to have this in one of them and then have the Colossus. I believe it's the Colossus. Yes. In the other one, the other 2, I will try steering assist again, whether it'll work very well. I think one of these fields doesn't work with it. Obviously, the corner of the field sometimes has some interesting issues with the line, but... Well, I think let's go ahead and set up another time lapse. We'll get the rest of these soybean fields finished out. So I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done. just about done here with the soybean harvest. Just one more strip after this. Then I'll have to get everything emptied into the trailers, which I don't know if there's going to be enough space in that trailer. I fill it up pretty high with this combines. I don't know if there's going to be enough, but we'll see. Otherwise, I would think there'd be enough room in this trailer. I don't think it's nearly that full. Still, I think next month when we're doing the bigger one over that way, I'll probably have both trailers available just in case that we need them. It's possible too, because we are yielding fairly well for soybeans, at least. I mean, it is double fertilized, weeded, you know, everything that you could ask for basically out of your fields. Alright, I'm going to get the contracts collected. Yeah, next month, I mean, we'll see. I mean, maybe this will be available. That would be a pretty good one to actually have, too. So we'll get that collected, and we'll get this one collected. And let's get this moved out of the way. We'll get this one put in there, and then we'll get the other one. Kind of curious where we're sitting in the total estimated, like, max value. It's definitely an estimate, too, because, like I've said, you usually don't get max value. And I know there is a sell point on here that's worth, you get a lot more on it for some reason than, like, your normal price. So maybe there's a limit to how much you can sell there. I don't know. So there's a potential of there being a limit of getting that price. I've yet to sell any crops, so going to be a very busy, like, June. As right now, there is 289,000 liters. Still a lot more to go. Obviously 1.5 million. But even selling them at 47,000 liters a time, I mean, that's still going to be already, what, 6 loads or something? So quite a few. And that's including the 30,000 liters here. So at least 7. Plus we'll probably get at least 1, I would imagine, if 1.5 out of that big field. It's going to take a while. That is for certain, to get all that sold. It'll probably be one of those things I'll get both of them filled up off camera. I'll get them both to the sell point whenever that month is. I think it's June. Might be July too, so 1.6 mil. Let's see, soybeans. Says July, but we'll kind of see. We'll see where it's sitting. Obviously, if it's June, then that's fine. If it's July, then that would be the last month. So that would also be a-okay. And then obviously, like I said, clothing should be next month. If I can find it again. Should be up a little bit next month. And corn tortillas, we'll be selling that. And obviously, well, clothes. So we'll be making a lot of money even next month. I don't really, we'll take a little bit off the loan, but not much this month. A little bit. Not much, but it's something. We'll be taking a sizable amount next month off of it. First things first, we have one harvest this month, and that is it. So the plan is to only have this harvester in here. I would think it should be able to finish it just fine. For the time being, I'm going to have a worker at least start on it. Because obviously I do have a contract. It's fairly worth it. It's probably going to be about $30,000, $29,000. A fairly good amount in my opinion. and it's a good fertilizing contract. I will have to make sure I set it to single fertilize though, because obviously we had that one issue like a month or so ago. Oh, it is not happy about this. Yeah, better. There. And I do have the clothing and tortillas all loaded up. It's all of them. Actually, I should get, there's going to be a little bit left in this. And I should, first of all, deactivate and switch it to selling. I'll have to get these unrented, and then this one, too, switch to selling. So we can sell the last, like, it's like 800 liters in both of them. Obviously, it's worth doing that than, you know, returning it without doing that, so. And I'll have to get the 2 productions, obviously, unleased. I don't think they're costing us a much, but still worth it. And then, obviously, I'll probably get the one that's on the farm sold, because, again, we don't have a use for it, so it's going to probably go down a little bit in price over the next month or so. Oh, 2 months. It's really, this month is basically like the calm before the storm. Because next month, obviously, we have 3 soybean fields. I would like to try to all get done in 1 month, if possible, which it'll be tough to do it. I think as long as we get a majority of it done, we can probably finish it in July, but that is like last case scenario, you know. Break glass in case of emergency type of thing, because I would prefer to get it done earlier rather than later. Then obviously July we have the peas or green beans, one of the two, to do the harvest in on that field. And that is also the finale, the final month. So it's kind of a big month, and it's going to be a busy month at that, so. Alright, we're almost here. Let's check this. Activate normal. There we go. It should be correct then. Oh, it's this field. This field. No, this field. I was looking at the wrong icon. It's this one. I'm going to let a worker kind of get going. It does say it's going to use 4,500 liters, so I bought 5,000. It's part of Better Contracts, this whole screen. It's part of Better Contracts mod. It's kind of nice. I think there's, yeah, settings and stuff for it. It's super nice. Let's double check to make sure it's only putting 1 down, because I just want to make sure we're not. Oh, fertilizer. Yep, it is only going to put 1 down, so it looks pretty good. I just realized there's a bit of that field right there that didn't get harvested. Where is it? Oh. Right back there. I never noticed that until just now. I'm going to do that real quick then. Obviously this combine will be over in the 3 fields come next month, so it'll get put into a trailer at some point. Then also, I know, I'm pretty sure June is high point for soybeans, so we'll likely be trying to sell as much as we can as well, not just off of the field either. We'll have quite a bit going on, really. It's only 40 liters, but wasn't too far away. Already 10,000 liters on this, and we're not even 1 full lap around. That's why it's pretty important we try to get these things here sold. They're all going to the farmer's market. Yeah. So obviously I'll just bring them there, get everything sold. I'll be taking a lot out of the loan from this. So it'll once again look like we have not made much money. It's almost hard to tell, because you're like, well, the money hasn't changed. We're still at $100,000, you know, generally. But no, our debt has decreased quite a bit. So that is where all the money is going to right now. Over $1 million right there. So we can literally take $1 million out of the loan right there. You know, I don't know. Do I need this trailer? Was this trailer rented or was it bought? Does anybody remember? I don't remember. I don't see it in here, so it was likely rented. I don't think we have a use for it at this point, so I think I can get it returned then. We've sold the products that we need, so we should be good. And then I also need to find our 2 productions in here and get those returned. This one, cancel leasing. And the other one's right down here. Yep, cancel leasing. Well, there. Quite a bit of money, but give it a second. They're going down the wrong side of the street. Like, what the heck? You're a school bus. Make sure you go down the right, direction on the dang road at least. Like, what the heck? Oh, well, I'll head on back, and we'll probably grab the other trailer, too, because that is going to be needed for this field. I can already see that. It'll be a very large harvest, I can definitely tell, but we'll get it done. It's probably not any larger than all those other fields combined that we did recently, so it won't be absolutely terrible at least. So I'll see the contract. They'll kind of just go off in the background and finish off with not much problem, I would assume. So be basically a free 29 grand, I think it is, something like that. So probably once you figure a worker cost, probably 29. That's obviously figuring in the price of fertilizer. So that's already been figured in. It should be about 29 of profit in the end. I already see they're almost full in that combine. I want to say it's a capacity of like 20-some thousand liters. So it being 80% full is kind of impressive. It's only 1 lap around. And obviously that trailer, I think, has like a 44,000 liter capacity. 47,000? Something like that. And this one is like a 37,000 liter capacity. One I'm going to grab. So once you figure it's probably not that much capacity, but we'll just, obviously we'll get everything put into the silo and ready to be sold probably next month. More than likely, I'll bring equipment over there. I'll have 2 full trailers over there by whichever sell point it is, and then we can sell those right away. Get it, a little bit out of there then. And then more than likely, what'll have to happen is I'll have one of the tractors I'll probably be using to sell out what's in the silo, as long as the price is good. Then the other one will be by the fields, unloading the combines and then going to sell it right away. But yeah, like I said, as far as I know, usually June is the high month for soybeans, so it should be a very interesting month. We might even get out of debt, possibly. I don't know how much we have now, but obviously we got $1 million to take out of it now, so. The biggest thing that hurts us every month is we have monthly leasing costs for all the different. I just realized I canceled that one leasing without checking if it sold the clothing in there. But yeah, the biggest expense for us monthly is definitely the vehicle leasing costs. Like the combine is quite a bit. What are they doing over there? Let's get them off the tree. They're trying to climb the tree for some reason. And then I will get this over here. I'll get it unloaded. It's basically full at this point. Then I'll have to probably set it off again. And I will sell the one production that we have. Kind of check things out for soybean prices. Just kind of do a little check over before I start a time lapse or anything for this. Even then, I'd probably unload. I'd make sure I'd have 2 unloaded trailers before I would start that even. Alright, let's just turn off the headlands. That way it shouldn't try to go around the entire headland. Should just be able to do the up and down. At least you'll get a little ways in. That's the goal, at least. Basically help me out, in a sense. Alright, well, looks like they're going to do the small section, and maybe they'll get to the bigger section. We'll see. Yeah, this looks like they're going fairly well over here. Can't complain, at least. And yeah, let's take a look, see just at the productions, see if we can sell this now. It's not sold out. That tells me I basically wasted like 800 liters of clothing. I want to say that's probably, it would have been 15 grand maybe, because you would have had the decreased sell price just because it's direct sell, but I bet it would probably do that at the top of the hours. It'll probably do it at 10. I think that's when it does it. So currently we have 320,000 liters in storage of soybeans. Shows the best price is July, but I know I have seen it really good in June as well, so we will see. It's really good here already. It's better than the peak. I'm going off of this, and this says it go up to 5,000, which is kind of absurd. I likely won't risk it and go to July, though, just because, like I said, I've seen it a lot to go into that June range to be sold, so I just, better be safe than sorry on that. I'm just going to advance this a little bit to go to 10. I'm not sure if it sold, but I think it did. Yeah, it looks to be empty in here, so we can get this production sold because we have no use for it now. 26,500 bucks. That's not too bad. And then let's go to the finances, and I will start repaying the loan. It's going to be a little bit of hitting backspace to get this thing small. We'll be under $1 million for the loan at least. So it's getting better. It's getting better. We're actually bringing in money, you can see. It's kind of nice. All right, I think we'll bring it down to about right there. So we'll be at $665,000 in the loan. Obviously, I could bring it lower, which honestly, let's bring it there. We'll be at $100,000 basically, and we'll be getting a lot of money next month, and easily we'll be able to pay back the loan. If we're getting 1.5 million even from those soybeans, should be able to pay back the loan easily and then be making a profit. That is the huge thing. And obviously we still got a lot of soybeans and crops to sell after that even, so I'm gonna get this a little bit farther into the field. And get that turned off. All right, let's get this off. I'm just going to get it emptied. I will get this trailer filled up most of the way. I'm going to get it emptied into the silo. Then I know I have two empty trailers that I can use, because I will finish up and we'll do some harvesting. Save a little bit of money on the worker costs. All right, so I will just leave this out here. I'm going to turn it off, though, 'cause as far as I know, when it's on, it's still counts towards engine hours and towards your leasing, so just to try to make sure we keep that as low as I can. Got another 33,000 liters here, almost 34. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and put this into the silo. That way I have as much space as I can have for emptying trailers and stuff, or emptying the combine into. Alright, so we got that all emptied. Let's get steering assist on. I would assume the lines should match up good. Yep. Off we go. Contract is 72% done, so that is making some pretty good ground over there. And really not a ton left in this harvest, if I'm being honest, so it's also good to see. So yeah, I think I'll just go ahead and start up a time lapse for this, so I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted. Knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. You with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this bullshit and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you're mad and honestly you probably heard I wonder what I would say if you stayed, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day. But you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again.
Alright, so we're just about done here. Hopefully everything fits into the combine too. I know I'm kinda risking it a little bit, but I figured it would, but it's going to be very, very close, I think. Now, it's starting to get smaller and smaller. I think it should fit. I think it should. We got 200 more liters. Yep, it should fit. No problem, even. We had 150 liters to spare. Well, I'll top off the... Well... Yeah. I'll top off the red trailer, then I'll put the rest in the black one. Even though it really doesn't matter, because they're both going to the silo. Although, actually, yeah, I'll fill up the red trailer all the way, because I'll probably end up bringing in both trailers to sell right away next month. So, if I already have this one full, that'll make my day a little bit easier, actually. Then I just gotta go and top off the black one at the silo. Yeah, next month we got, from what I can tell, we have 3 fields. So we have 17, 15, and 13 should all be ready. This field's 11 acres. How big is this one? 5... Basically 6. and 5. It's bigger than field 11, so it'll probably take a while, but like I said, I'm hoping to have the class in probably one of these fields and just try to get as much as I can done with that. It might not get very far. I mean, it might not, but I gotta at least try, and it should allow us to hopefully get everything done. And obviously, the month after, I think that's peas, I think, right? Yes, that is peas. I did download the mod, so we should be able to harvest them with our header. Although this is a modded header, so I don't know if there would be an issue between the two. Well, it shows. Let's find the Titan header. Yep, it shows it. So, it should. There's no reason it shouldn't. From what I'm seeing, at least. Yeah, next month, more than likely, we'll be looking at soybeans being sold. It's looking that way, but we'll see once we get a little bit closer to that. Right now, we're probably over 2 million max value with what we have in the trailers. Because this isn't including that. It's quite a bit. Which should probably push it over 2 million total just from soybeans so far. And that's not including the 15 acres of soybeans in these 3 fields. How are the peas in July? Because I'll obviously be selling them then. Not great, but they really don't change. It's $500. They don't change a ton, so it should be all right. I do have a decent amount of soybeans at the sell point, which actually I can get that sell point unchecked. That way it is not blinking in the background. But I did get both of the combines over here. You can see the Colossus down there. Now let's get this disconnected. We'll get the header on this one. I figured I'll have this one work on this field. All the fields are about the same size, so hopefully just gets a decent ways in, at least as much as it can. That is the goal, at least. Come on. Alright. And we can get this started in here. Oh, I suppose the worker's got to unfold it. Yeah, then I'll have the Colossus start down here. Figured I'll have them work in the fields right next to each other, just because for at least a while there, I'm only going to have one trailer for both fields, so it should hopefully make it a little bit easier with them being closer. As the thought process, at least. Because obviously I'll be running around trying to sell as much for the soybeans as I can. We might have... Yeah, actually we do have more money than we had last month. I forgot to collect the contract last month, so that is now collected. It was like 30-some grand. Obviously I've advanced a month, so... Yeah, that's why we have more money, is I collected the contract we had last month. Alright, we'll put a... Well, maybe not. A worker on this. No field course detected. I don't know. I see one. Alright, well, let's get this unfolded. I'll start and just see if maybe getting into the field will work. Otherwise, I guess I might have to go across there, which is not what I was hoping to do, but maybe what'll have to happen. Oh, I might have steering assist on, and maybe that's why? Yeah, I think so. Alright. Looks to be good now. We got, obviously, 2 over here. I'll get this one unloaded first, because this will probably be the one with the combines. It's like 10,000 less capacity, but it'll be closer to the sell point. It'll be nice to have the larger capacity to sell, obviously. Might end up being, 1 or 2 less trips. So it should save a little bit of time. Now, this is by far the highest sell price. It's like 5 grand per 1,000 liters for soybeans, which is absurd. I have never seen it that high. It is normally like 3.5 thousand. So obviously, that's a lot of money. Yeah, you can see a little over 5,000. It says it could go higher, but like I said last month, I've never seen soybeans really go high in July. It's usually June. So I don't really want to take that risk. I'd rather be safe and just sell it now. Yeah, how do I get out of here? That is a separate problem. This production here looks... Something about it just reminds me of Sri for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe it is a building from that, maybe? Possible? I don't know. Alright, let's get let's just parked here for the time being. Probably just in this grass field. The class is slowly making its way. The Colossus is making really good timing. I know that's on a hill, so maybe that's playing a factor, and it's not as maybe easy of a field to navigate. I don't know. Figured I'd just give it one of the fields. They're all about the same size. The goal is at least to try to get as much as I can off of it. I mean, if it only gets half done, then that's still not a bad thing. We still have time next month. At the end of the day, the last month is next month. And then we're already going to have the peas to do, so we got to finish a soybean field. It's not that big of a deal. This will be well over 200,000. It's glitching a little bit through the building. Yeah, $238,000. So yeah, it's a lot of money pretty quick too. We still should have over $1 million in the silo still to be sold. Alright, so we will get this starting to sell, but I did already see, I'm guessing the Colossus is full and the other one is like 80% full. So we'll be getting those emptied as this is selling. Nope, this is still going. It is this that is full. And as soon as those two are emptied, guess what? This trailer will be basically full. So I'll have to sell this trailer. It's gonna probably take a while to get everything sold this month. So as a word of warning, it may not all get sold, but I will certainly try my best. Like I've said in the past, I have a pretty strict, I guess, limit of about an hour for recording. So I try to do that, especially for the 1 year challenges, because that way I'm not recording for 2 hours and it's almost not, I don't know, I'd say not fair, but I'm not competing. It's not going to line up with the past ones. It's just to kind of keep things fairly structured. Because otherwise, I mean, like I said, you could have 4 hours you could spend in each month, and you'd probably make far more than what I am. But yeah, I got to limit it almost. So the class is making 2 trips around, it appears. I'm not going to lie, the Colossus will actually probably finish this with this field fairly quick. And I can probably set it off in that one. This is going to take a while, though. But as long as it gets a good majority of it done, I think that is what is going to be important. And really the slowest part is probably going to be going around the edge. Then once you kind of hit the straight lines, I think it should be fine. You think those AI worker drive trailer to stuff is going to work on this map? I could try it. I might. That saved me a little bit of time, because I'll have to sell what's in, obviously, the trailer that we're unloading into right now from for the combines. Obviously, I'm going to have to sell that, because it's going to be like 95% full. There's no reason kind of sticking around and letting it, you know, I don't know, empty a very small portion of a combine. Combine ain't gonna make it very far with just 3,000 liters or whatever it is. I got this stuck. Alright, there we go. Let's try this whole worker thing. I forget how to do it. It's been a hot minute. Set destination. I'm gonna set it in the yard and we'll see if it does it. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't take like a really long way around too. This is gonna finish really quick. Which will be good though. Oh, it's 85% full actually. That's not nearly as full as I thought it would be. Kind of figured it would be, you know, a little bit fuller, but kind of still goes back to the point, it's not going to make it that much farther. So, matter just get it sold. Yeah, up to $793,000 already. Not too bad. Alright, well, here we are with the Combines trailer. I don't know how to name them. I did have to fix the one that's supposed to be traveling back and forth, so hopefully it seems to be on its way now, but it had some issues in town. So maybe when I do it next time, I bring it out to this road, maybe? I will be curious if it actually makes it into the yard. That is the intriguing part for me. Because I have it selected to go right by the silo, so I'm kind of curious if it's going to make it that far. I usually always have the worker, you know, driving to function to stop at the main road, so I'm just curious if maybe, you know, if it's been approved on since mainly launch, because I haven't really used it since then. Just curious if things have been changed or approved on, so. Yeah, now this will go back to the Combines, which the Colossus is just about done, actually, with its field. So I'll probably be having that moving on fairly shortly. And once that is moving on, obviously it should be able to finish the next one fairly quick, and then more than likely I'll have to join the class in the field that it's working on. Just so everything can hopefully be finished this month. That is the goal, but like I said, if we have one that's halfway done, it's not a big deal. Because we do still have next month. And I'm already going to have probably the Colossus do the P's, so you know, as long as we make it halfway done with this field, I'm going to consider it pretty good, because that would mean that the class should be able to finish it in a full month. Looks like the Colossus is just about done up there. I was hoping to try to get this to unload on the move since I'm driving right by. That way it can keep going a little bit farther then. Before it needs to be unloaded again. That's probably the biggest thing with this one, is just to keep it unloaded so it can just continuously actually be driving. Because it's not that big, obviously, so just that little bit of help of keeping it unloaded will be huge. And I saw this was done up here. I'm not sure if I can cross that little river without putting it on the trailer. I'll have to see. I will get this unloaded though. I'll get it unloaded first before I have it cross. And when it's unloading, I'll probably have the Challenger? Yeah, Challenger. I'll have that probably start filling up. It's a lot of, I mean, like I said, it's a lot of selling this month. We've been bulking up products for a long time, so it's just a lot of just trying to keep things moving. That is the name of the game. Where is it? There we are. Hey, it made it all the way to town. All right, once again, we're back. We're back again with the soybeans. We'll get this sold, and I'll probably check on the combines maybe as it's on, selling. This is 3,500 liters. It's starting to make better progress now. I think at the beginning it looked pretty bad, but it's starting to look pretty decent. So I would say it can at least get majority of the field done. So that's good to see. This is still working on its first strip around. Once that gets done, it'll go a little bit faster. Partially because I know 240,000. The price is going up. Partially because I know the sides of a lot of these fields, especially that field, because I think either I planted it myself or I did like the weeding or the hoeing in it. It has some weird like jagged lines on it, so I'm guessing the worker might not appreciate that very much. So that might be causing some of the issues, some of the slowness, I should say. It feels like this trailer isn't filling up as fast now, but I think that is mainly because I haven't really unloaded the big Colossus in a little bit, and that obviously is 25,000 liter capacity, so it takes up a lot of the capacity of the trailer pretty quick. But still, this should allow the class to keep going, and that is a big goal, is to keep it going. That is how I will be able to hopefully finish this field this month, but we'll see. Alright, and once again, we're back with soybeans. The other trailer is now full too, and I'm pretty sure I have... This combine is 85% full. This one is now full. As soon as this one gets emptied, I should be able to finish. Part of me is curious if I set this off with a worker if it can make it, and I don't think it would though. I'm going to get this out to the main road, and I'm going to have it pointed towards the farm, and then it should be able to drive. That's taking all the variables out of it. Almost 241,000. It keeps going up. It keeps going up. So we keep selling it then. But the way things are going, it looks like we might have the one that the class is working on, that field, that might still be in the middle of harvest next month, but we'll see. We still have some time left. Things could change. You never know. But then obviously the one the Colossus is working on, that should easily be finished this month. That will not be a question even. Yeah, I'm going to get this pointed on the main road. So not this one, but the other one. And then I have to hurry up and get that one sold, because I'm going to have 2 full combines really, really soon. Alright, well, here we are to the selling point with this trailer. I now have 2 full combines. I probably should have put more of a preference on getting this trailer sold than the other one, maybe. Obviously, keeping the combines going are kind of crucial. But I do want to try to get as much sold as I can as well, and we're not making nearly as much progress as I thought. Like I said, I thought we'd make more, but we have made more progress in harvest than I probably thought we would, so I guess pros and cons with that. Alright, well, we got this over here. It is... We'll probably get the class emptied, and then I will bring it over to the Colossus. This is full. I'll get it to the road and just see if it can make it to, or at least by the sell point via a worker. It's possible the class combine, the class worker there, might actually stop once it gets done with the next strip. I don't know if he'll go back to do the separate piece still left or not. We'll see. If it doesn't, I'll probably just leave it for next month. If it does, then I'll just let it continue on. But yeah, I think otherwise the priority will be to get the Colossus completely finished with that field, which shouldn't take too long, and then to get the rest of the soybeans sold. I think that's fairly manageable too. So, because really the Colossus, once that's emptied, be able to finish that field no problem. And oh, not H. We do not hit. Actually, I do hit H. But I find this menu better here. Be right alongside this road, so I'll just set it like that. I'm curious. I'm really curious if that's going to actually go back and find its way. I just realized I had only an 8,000 liter capacity. I honestly thought it was 10. But I think if it makes all this progress, we're doing pretty good. You know, I'm not going to complain about that. And this right here, that's not much left. We can easily get it done next month, you know. I'm already going to have the Colossus over in the peas field right next month, so just having the class stay over here is not that big of a deal. And I have one trailer, you know, in both locations. It shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. And obviously, like I said, July is the last month. It is month 12. It is the last month. It has almost been a full year at this point. With all the soybeans selling, that should pay all of our loan back. So we won't be in debt, at least, at the end of this month. But obviously next month we'll have all of the fields will be sold. Which there's a lot of money in there. There are many, many millions in there. Probably 2-3 million maybe in just the land. So, what a bit. It's making pretty good progress, actually. I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed a little bit. But we'll get this sold, and then I'll have to bring it on back again. I think there's 3 more left, 2 more loads left, something like that. I don't remember for certain. I haven't checked either in a little bit. When you're bouncing around to multiple different things, it's tough to remember like where you're exactly at on everything. Right on the edge, like I said. Oh, it's going back. I am actually impressed. Giants, I am impressed with the workers. I honestly, if that was 22, it would have finished that strip, and it would have just stopped. In fact, it went back to this. I am quite impressed. I am very much impressed. Honestly, in 22, it probably would have errored out numerous other times too, but I am very much impressed in how that is. Almost 241,000. It's still going up? Still? Obviously, this is almost full, but I'll probably try to get as much emptied into it as I can. How much do I have left? 146,000. So we're talking, it'll be what, 3? 4? 4. Just barely 4. Which more than likely, I'll probably put like some of the soybeans that we have in the combines maybe into it to try to get as much as I can, or get the Colossus emptied probably all the way. That way that is still, you know, working along at least. Alright, well, let's get this load of soybeans sold. Well, still 99,000 liters in there. Oh, there's still a lot. And I did shut this down for the month. I'm just going to kind of sell. That is the plan now. That's full, right? Or mostly full? Well, we'll find out. We'll fill it up all the way. I'll get it sold. And more than likely then, what I'll end up doing is there's going to be a little bit extra in the silo. Not a super ton amount, but still a decent amount. I'll pick up whatever's left in the black trailer off camera, and then I'll come back. I'll get this all the way emptied, and I'll off camera. I'll get moved by to the peas. That way, it is being progressed, and we can obviously sell whatever's left, and I can put the priority into getting the rest of the soybeans sold. I'm going to do 2 more loads, which would put it at, what, like 6,000 liters left? Be less than that. Like 4,000 or 5,000 liters, so not a ton. And I will just pick that with this, and like I said, I'll empty the trailer or empty the Colossus, and then there should still be plenty of room to empty the class next month and get that finished all the way. It's possible the price is lower, it's possible it's higher. So I'm taking a risk, but it's with a far lesser amount. I wasn't gonna take that risk with what we had 300 and almost 400,000 liters probably with what was in the trailers, not in the silos at the start of the month. Easily probably 400,000 total. I'm not going to take that risk with that large of amount. I'm going to take the safe bet in that case. So I like to get this over there. I can get it sold then. And then I can just quickly make 2 trips with the Challenger, get the rest sold. And that will then kind of finish things off. We'll take whatever we can out of the debt, which should be all of it. I think we have enough now to do that, so. Alright, well, let's we'll get it lined up. I'll have to move the Challenger out of the way. We'll get this selling, and then I could, like I said, I'll take the Challenger back, get another load, and do it that way. I won't do a jump cut to me being back here with a full load until that is done selling, just so everyone can see the total sold. $198,000. Pretty dang good. We're making tons of money, which I've been saying for a while we were gonna make a lot of money this month, so, and we are. So I'll head on back. I'll pick up another load. We'll get that sold, and then we'll go back, pick up one more, and then that'll be the last bit that we'll sell today, and then the remaining whatever bit it is will just be sold next month. It shouldn't be a ton of it, but it'll still be a little bit. It'll be a little bit. It'll still be probably 25,000 liters. All right. Well, we're back. We're back. Shocker, I know. We'll get this selling, and actually, as it's doing that, I am going to take out the loan. Where am I looking here? Got $655,000, so that should be pretty easily taken out of what money we have here. We have made a lot of money this month, so doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good, and that's not even including stuff that haven't sold either. But the fact that we're making over $2.5 million in harvest income is kind of absurd. And we will be sitting, looks like, just over 1.9 mil right now. But once the next thing is sold, we'll be over like 2.1 million. So we'll be sitting very, very well. Which is not far from the final, but still quite a bit from the final number. Because obviously we'll still have some soybeans to sell next month. The peas, we'll be doing that harvest, selling them, take whatever price I can. And obviously the land. Whatever land that I bought during the series. Then this trailer as well. Gotta remember this trailer. Gotta remember the trailer. That is the most important thing. It's worth so much money, I'm sure. Alright, well, we are just about there. It is the last trailer. At least I'm gonna sell today. It is the last trailer, so we'll get it sold, and then... Oh, wait. I think it is Zelonka. No. Zelance? I still don't know if this is from Zelonka. The production just looks similar to it for some reason. I think this one just similar to it in there, and I think that's what's confusing me, maybe. I just seem to remember there being some sort of building in there that I ran around looking for. I believe it was golden apples, I think it was the Zelonka collectible. It just, if I remember right, it looked like this, but maybe it didn't. Maybe it was similar. Oh, what? It's still going up. What is the price at this point? It is basically what they said the max price would be. Yeah, next month we'll sell the 4,000 liters here, and then whatever is in the combine, the Colossus and the class, and obviously the class will finish out that harvest as well. So, yeah, of course it is July, so it is the finale. It is the last month. I have not checked the soybean price. I suppose it's not in there, so that's probably why I haven't looked at it. It's less than last month, but it's still fairly good. We'll sell it at the... Yeah, I'm not going to try to pronounce that again. Yeah, always I have the other harvester over at the green bean field. No, peas field. Then once that is done, we'll obviously get that sold, which I have not looked at that price. Not fantastic, but it's not terrible either. Kind of got to take what you can at that point. I mean, it's not going to be great. And obviously I wanted the guarantee of it being done in time, and soybeans I don't think had that. So, but obviously the peas actually did. Of course, it is the finale. It is the last month of our Louisiana 1-year challenge. We'll see how things end up, but everything seems to be good. Seems to be going good. We seem to be trending towards a lot of money at this point, because obviously we got a lot of fields to sell still. But we got that one up there, this one there, this one would be five fields. I think 5 fields to sell. So a pretty decent amount to sell, and I think they're all basically 500,000 or more. Or maybe it's 300,000 or more. I know there's one that's $1 million. A lot of our money at this point is in the fields. Obviously, we sold a majority of the soybeans, and obviously that basically took us out of debt at this point, as far as I am aware. Yeah, 0 on the loan, so we're doing good. So obviously we're doing well in that sense. That's actually how much money we have. It's not we have $2 million, but $2 million in debt too. We have $2 million, 2.1 mil. I will say after this, I think there'll be a return to just a full-length series, and then we'll see after that. So a full-length, 30 episode thing after this. So. I had a pretty good idea on the map too, so just, be prepared for that at some point. And then obviously I've always done a combination of all the episodes for 1-year challenges and put them together. They'll happen too within a little bit of this video coming out. Once this is done, we can get the soybeans sold. Obviously the price is just going to go down at this point, so the best we can. And yeah, obviously it is good that I sold it last month, even though it said July, because it's like $200 less per 1,000 liters, which obviously not a ton if you're just selling 20,000 liters, but when you're selling, heck, we sold almost 400,000 liters probably, if not more, because we would have had whatever we got harvesting too, so we sold a bunch. And once this is done, I'll end up leaving the harvester over here, but then I'll grab the trailer, we'll get the soybeans sold, then the plan is to probably bring it up to the peas field just in case. I don't think we'll need it, but we'll have it just in case. That is the thought process there. Obviously right now everything is up there. I have the harvester, I have the other trailer up there. Just 2 more strips after this probably. Then this field will be done. And we'll be done with all the soybean harvesting then. I won't be selling the fields until the very end, as I always kind of keep as much of a mystery as I can. Because really, this month, the majority of the money that we'll be gaining or getting this month will not be from the crops. We'll get a decent amount, obviously, from like the soybeans and the peas. I'm really not sure on the peas. I don't know how well that yields. So, kind of had to do peas or like green beans, I think it was, spinach, grass. You know, it's kind of a limited amount of things, and obviously grass wouldn't have worked. Well, it would have worked, but we would have had to do either hay or grass out of it. We would have never been able to do silage. Even then, silage is not worth a ton in 25, so wouldn't have been worth it really in the end either. Well, final strip of the soybeans right here. Then we'll obviously have the peas to do. That'll be the final harvest. We'll have to get everything that we need returned. I'll have to look at what I have to return. Mainly, if the grain trailer I have over there, is that bought or was that leased? I think it was bought. So I'll have to sell that. Otherwise, I do have that seeds buy point. It's maybe a couple $100. That does need to be sold too. Which I might just do that real quick now. Just so it is done. I hit the wrong button. Alright, let's just get that sold. Or I forget. Right here. $242. So yeah, not a ton of money, but it is still something that we bought during the series, so it'll get sold. And yeah, I think, is there a spot in here for me to check leased? Well, as far as I know, I own it. Looks like I own it, so. I know they kind of made it a little bit worse to find what is leased and what isn't. This is leased. That's the only thing that's leased. The header, I guess, header trailer are not. So those will have to be sold. Oh, we'll get that shut off right there, and we'll grab the Deutzvar. 22,500 liters here. We'll bring it on over to the sell point. We'll get this sold. Then we'll bring it over to the peas field. That way we have as much for trailers as we can have. Alright, well, we can get this sold. We'll see how much it is. I don't think it'll be a ton. It'll still be probably over $100,000, but... $108,000. Not too bad, not too bad. Well, I'll take it, I'll take it. I'll take it. So yeah, we'll head on up to the pea field, and we'll have to start working on that harvest. We'll get that done, and we'll get all the crops sold, and all the random equipment and stuff that we still have sold that need to be sold. Alright, well, we're just about back here, so we'll get this parked right alongside this one, at least for the time being. It will be parked in a better spot once I can start, getting into the field. I'll likely have one on the edge here. Now, hopefully the mod I have works for this. If it doesn't work, that is the whole plan right down the drain. If you're not aware, there's a mod that allows you to harvest peas and like green beans. Maybe those might have been another thing too. But I noticed those two with a regular header, so well, looks to be working good. Do steering assist, obviously a pretty good amount of lines. I'll probably clear this area up a little bit over here, just so I have enough room to kind of get both the trailers in here. Alright, well, I suppose we'll just go ahead and start a time lapse for this, so I'll talk to everyone once the time lapse is done.
I've been painting every fence I know, every color bleeds into the same. 'Cause before you go and walk away, yeah, you better know where you're going. Hey, yeah, you're a wanderer just like me. Hey, yeah, you better know where you're going. I've been painting every fence I know, every color bleeds into the same. 'Cause before you go and walk away, yeah, you better know where you're going. You're a wanderer just like me. Yeah, you better know where you're You're a wanderer just like me. Yeah, you better know where you're going.
Well, we're finally just about done. That has been a long time coming, I'm not gonna lie. Also, we had the one worker that went into the river up there, which kind of slowed things down because for a while there, obviously, they were kind of keeping up with each other. One would be sent off, one would come back. You know, I'd basically always have an empty trailer. That kind of went out of the wind as soon as that kind of got stuck. So it kind of made the harvest go to a standstill pretty quick. But everything should be able to fit into the Deutz trailer. Then I'll have to send that off, probably on a worker. Then I'll have to get this hooked up and put onto the trailer, because the header and the header trailer have to be sold. This looks like it got stuck. Just because they were passing. Sometimes when the worker gets stuck on this, it's not even like their fault. I mean, I can't blame them for that because one of the other traffic decided to kind of put traffic to a halt and make a piss poor passing decision. I can't even get mad at it in that case. Except for when it drives into the river, of course. Because I was harvesting, and all of a sudden it pops up, worker stop, vehicle broken. And I was like, how did they break the vehicle? And I couldn't even switch to it. That's why, because they put it in the river. Now, either way, we've gotten a lot of money from this harvest. We're over 3 million now. Let's see, finances. Obviously, we'd be in sold product because that's soybeans. So we're almost $800,000 sold. It'll be over once the Deutz trailer gets sold. Just from that field. That is a lot more than I thought it would be. I figured, $200,000 total. Like I didn't. Going into it, I honestly thought it would be like 2 trailers, maybe. But it was far more than that. So get this trailer backed up into here and get it sold. If I could back it up well. If that's close enough. Come on. It is. Alright, we'll get it repaired and repainted. $55,000 for the trailer. Oh, no, we did start with this tractor, so this will not be getting sold. Get this fired up. 25,000 liters, so we are well over $800,000 just from that harvest. That is absolutely absurd. I don't think it's that big of a field, right? Like, it's... Yeah, I did not expect it. I really didn't. Alright, set destination. We'll get it. Start driving over here. So yeah, I will get this put onto the header trailer and we can start moving it that direction. There are little bits here and there that are missed, right there. Honestly, they kind of blend in too. But I know I missed someone doing turns and stuff. And yeah, it's going to hit the header because it is not on there straight at all, but it is also locked in. So, kind of, yeah. Usually it kind of straightens itself out, but I've not had it actually straighten itself out in a while. I mean, I haven't tried like the class. Obviously, this is a mod, so maybe it won't, but normally it straightens itself out on the trailer, but so who knows? Sometimes things don't work as they probably should. Not sure how well this is going to go into town. They gotta get it down the road somehow in there. Maybe we'll be lucky and not see many cars. I know the target is reachable, worker C. I'm guessing you've just been blocked in by another car. Yep. I took that turn a little bit fast. And the header jumped up off the trailer and still went right back to its spot of not really being on there very well. Yeah, looks like it must have got jammed in there or something. With a car passing again. Honestly, sometimes I think the cars are just going down the wrong side of the road, if I'm being honest. Alright, I'm gonna have to put this in with super strength, because there ain't no way I'm getting this backed up in there. I know my limits. And my limit is definitely that. And get repaired, repainted on both of these. Almost 13 grand for the trailer, and then 62,000 for the header. Let's get the combine returned. Last bit of peas. And then we'll get all of the land sold. This should put us well over the... Okay, where the heck am I looking? Yeah, well over 800,000. Be $77,000 there. Not too bad. Let's now hop over here. We'll get some land sold. So first things first, I think we'll start up here. Field 17, $342,000. 15, $358,000. 13, $343,000. Field 11, $671,000. Then field 6, $1,045,000. Wow, we're just short. We are what, $1,500 away from exactly 6 million. That is really disappointing. I was really hoping we could get at least 6, but it does not appear so. I don't think we have anything to sell. We started with the milk and we started with like the eggs and stuff. If I wouldn't have bought so much liquid fertilizer early on, there we go. We would have hit it then. Oh man, almost 6 million. So $5,998,000 is it's a lot of money in 1 year. I'd have to compare it to the other ones, but I would say we might be high. We might have honestly beat those. So maybe not Monette, because that one was... We got a lot of money from that one, but still. Anyways, that is everything for today. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Hope to see you in the next video. Bye.